And here we are. YouTube is live again. Yes. Aristide?
Yeah.
You're here. That's good. Louis, are you here? Welcome back to Dev.24 session 3. We split this up in order to have this, have a little bit of energy to explore the world that we are in. So now we're back with a new stream, and we'll need to give the audience a little bit of time to reconnect, but we want, well, we still technically have 2 minutes for them to do so, which is great. They just need to reload the screen, the stream here, and they will be notified very soon, and probably then see that your session is not yet up, but this is one of the nerdy topics. I am using one screen with touch and one screen without, and I'm constantly touching the wrong one. Talk about user experience. I think my second computer at Liferay actually had a touch screen, so there it would have totally worked.
Yeah.
So I hope that everybody here has explored quite a bit and has been playing pool or talked to people. I know a couple of people won a T-shirt, so congratulations.
One my colleague, Enzo.
Yes, indeed.
Marco Napolitano too.
Yep.
Two of my colleagues.
Yes,
Indeed. Yep. We have a T-shirt. We have T-shirts to send, which will put my how would I say, my logistics what's it? Nah, I'm lacking words. I got to do something against that, and what would be better against that than letting somebody else talk? So we've already had some conversations where we heard good things about the upcoming presentation. Aristide, you have been working on something that, well, I would say Liferay doesn't really lack, but there is something that can always be improved. Now let me find this again. Yeah. So you say you can generate stuff quicker than we can write it. And I totally believe that, because I have had one Radio Liferay episode on XML Portlet Factory, which is now defunct from the 6.x times. I've had another episode on Damascus with Yasu. And that means I sense a third episode coming up, or we'll just use this as the information for your code generator for what you are presenting. And I'm really curious as to what you will bring us. So welcome back to the stream, everyone. And I see there's some movement in the audience. Give us some love, give us some emojis to let us know that you are there. And with that, take it on. Please welcome Aristide. Increase portlet development productivity with Liferay code generator.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Olaf. Thanks. I see there is too much expectation here, so I hope to not disappoint you. For the first time, let's share my desktop. Okay. Let's begin with a quick presentation. Can you see my screen, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Aristide Cittadino, AC Software CEO and CTO. Sorry. Okay. Today we are going to introduce the Liferay generator that we feel is a great Liferay developer companion tool. In this presentation, we will explore some of the core functionalities, ending with a brief demo to show you what the generator is capable of. Before going to details, let me thank Liferay for giving us the chance to present our solution at this important event. And secondly, let me briefly introduce my company, AC Software. We are an Italian company focusing on digital evolution and transformation for enterprises. You know, as a small company in this big ICT world, the only way we have to survive is to keep expanding our knowledge and promoting solutions that allow us to be seen as a cutting-edge company. This is our best shot at making a difference, considering the other big players participating in this market. That's where the generator comes from, years of study and attempts to automate Liferay development. We are working to evolve the Liferay Gen brand and its proposition too. We weren't able to deploy our new website before this event, but I want to introduce you Liferay Gen mascot, which is Cody. Cody will be your guide through the new website, which is coming out in few months, and will help you to understand all Liferay Gen's details and how to use it. Okay, let's make one thing clear. We love Liferay. It is capable of a lot of things. It helps us to create enterprise solution faster, but nothing is perfect in this world, we know that. And when it's time to create specific application like portlet, search logic, asset framework linking, custom queries, and so on, the development model puts the developer in the condition of having to write a lot of boilerplate code. As a matter of fact, too many developers choose the copy and paste method, which is error prone and introduces potential bugs or vulnerabilities in the final solution. We chose to create a tool which, as I said before, is a companion tool, something you can use to scaffold your project, but also to evolve existing applications. We want to be more productive as a company, but we are also developers, and we know the impact of code generation on our engagement in the development process. With this approach, we can concentrate to work only on the business logic of our solution. So we decided with this solution to help enterprises and developers with the same tool, because productivity matters for enterprises. Avoiding boilerplate code and being engaged in the development phase matters for developers. Now let's see quickly what you can do with Liferay Gen. As I said earlier, Liferay Gen is not only a scaffolding tool to use it when you create your project for the first time. It is your companion while you are coding. You can use it to create or modify your code. You can use it to start working on existing projects, so you don't need to create a new one to try it. Beginners can study on the generated code to learn how to do things in Liferay correctly. And I don't know if you had the chance to watch the Liferay Code Challenge on YouTube. If not, please check it out. It shows you how you can create and run a complete CRUD portlet from scratch in 5 minutes, generating all needed layers, service builder, persistence, permission. I'm sure you will like it. And I would like to know, how long does it take for you to create the same example manually? The iterative process with questions along with selection of multiple answers can reduce errors. For the most simple use cases, you really don't need to write any line of code manually. It simply lets you generate, build, and deploy. And finally, generated code is stable and tested, hopefully. In the current version, these are the main tasks. You can create a new workspace. It is just a wrapping on Blade tool, so easy stuff. You can create service builder projects, again, easy stuff. You can generate service XML with all your entities details and generate local service and service imp CRUD logic. That's quite interesting. You can generate panel app or normal portlets, including CRUD portlets, with forms for CRUD operations on your pre-generated entities. And finally, you have to just build and deploy. Let's review all these steps quickly. In the workspace creation, the generator will ask for simple information like workspace name, package, and portal version. it will use Blade tool to scaffold the basic structure of the workspace, and then we'll put inside it a Docker Compose file with database and Liferay configuration in order to quickly start the portal. Plus, the generated composite file will contain volume mappings for fast deploying of applications. Once you are done, we are ready to start portlet development, as Cody says. The service builder module creation is quite simple, since required information is project name, service builder namespace, and package name. Here is something interesting is happening. In addition to generating the basic project, Liferay Gen will create default XML that can be used in other tasks later. So we are ready to create and manipulate entities. Okay, Cody is saying that you probably are impressed by these simple tasks, but trust me, these are just the basic bricks. Let's see more. Let's begin to create entities. Here, Liferay Gen will start with a main loop in which it will ask for information like entity name, fields with validations, if there is the need to link with the asset framework or the workflow, finders, and finally, relationships. Yes, relationships. You can define entities relationships answering a simple question, and Liferay Gen will generate the Vue persistence infrastructure for you, permission included. Let's see some details. Here in the creation, entity creation, there is a lot of things happening. You will find service XML populated with localization info, relationships, and asset links. Portlet model hints will be updated with hints and validators you chose in the question phase. Default XML will be updated with the resource permission entries. But the best part is here. Local and service implementation will contain all the CRUD logic, validation and duplicate check included, with localized error management. So we are ready to create views, but okay, maybe I went too fast. Cody is telling me to show you how you can add your custom code inside the generated code without losing it with the new regeneration. The trick is quite simple. Liferay Gen will search in the generated code for some particular methods that we call customizable generated methods, CGM. So if it will find them inside the source code, they will be generated with empty body. If it finds them, it will leave them as they are. For example, CGM for local service implement are the following: before save or update, after save or update, before check. Check is the method which will validate the entity fields and duplicate entries, before delete, after delete, remove relationship, which is a custom method for custom logic on relationship deletion. Now you know that if you put your code inside those methods, you can run the generation hundreds of times without losing your code. In the MVC portlet creation, sorry, the required information is portlet name, main package, if it is a panel app or not, and detailed information such as instance ball or the display category. One of the most important things is to choose whether the portlet should be associated with the CRUD operation of an entity. If yes, Liferay Gen will ask for more information about how you would like to display your entities inside the table list, and to generate search classes related to the search bar on the top of the table. The output is very interesting because you will find the portlet project with the view, init, and edit JSP in case of CRUD. You will have the list view of the entities with the complete standard Liferay visualization component, as you can see in the image, with the search bar, the actions, the permission details. So we are ready to build and deploy. Finally, what do we plan to put inside it? We have a lot of ideas, and if you have something you want to propose, please let us know. Here is a simple list of what we plan to put inside Liferay Gen in the coming months. Support for front-end technologies like Angular or React, introducing a message system for news and tips, creating a GUI that can speed up the design phase of your portlet and entities, managing many-to-many relationships, generation of portlet configuration, system configuration, generating custom queries, audit management, and exporting search container results in different formats like CSV or Excel. So thank you again for the attention. If you want to know more about us, please visit the Liferay Code Generator website, and we hope the community will support us. Okay, I almost forgot to show the demo, so now Cody is remind me that we have to show the demo. Let's go to the terminal, which is the main tool we use with the Liferay Code Generator. Here we have sorry, we have quite empty folder. I mean, I have the classical Liferay installation because my brand new Apple MacBook Pro with the M1 chipset doesn't support well Docker, so I had to use the classical installation. But I will show you how to use with Docker. First thing, let's start to see what the generator is capable of. We launched the first command, which is just a command that shows some information about the generator, like the Gradle version. He's checking Gradle version, Java version, JPM, Blade. These are a kind of requirements. If it doesn't find them, it won't start. So please check before run the generator. Please check you have installed JPM, for example, or Blade. Then,
just
yeah?
Can you zoom a bit the console so it's more comfortable for the stream?
I have to zoom in.
Yeah, zoom in a little bit.
Here? Is it okay?
Should be good. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks a lot. Sorry.
So now let's launch another task, the help task, just to show all the commands, all the tasks we can run with the generator. Okay. So for each task, you have a brief description. Then we start to create the workspace. So we run Liferay, new workspace. This is a simple wrapping of Blade tool. So we have to answer simple questions like the workspace name, like guestbook. Then the main package, we use the com.liferay.docs.guestbook. Okay. We have to choose the portal version. I know, Olaf, that we have to upgrade this. In a few days, we will do that. For now, let's choose portal 7.3 GA6. We are done now. We have the guestbook folder. We go inside. And here we have classical Liferay workspace, but we find two more files, which are Docker Compose guestbook and Docker Compose DB only guestbook. These two files just expose some containers. For example, this one, the main one, is defining the Postgres image with database already configured with the guestbook keyword is the name of the workspace, quite everywhere in the environment variables. And then we have the Liferay configuration, Liferay image with the image you chose in the question phase with some JDBC configurations, and plus the volumes mapping, so you can easily deploy your application. Then we are ready to start the service builder, the creation of the service builder module. So we are always in the workspace. So let's run Liferay new service builder. Here we have to answer other questions, like always the project name. I prefer to leave always the workspace name, just because the generator itself will add some suffix, the correct one to each project. The namespace, we choose GB. The package, it's okay. Then we go ahead. Then we have the service builder module created. Now, the interesting part, let's start to create our entities. We will follow the tutorial, the guestbook tutorial. So we launch the service builder task, and we will enter in the main loop in which the generator will ask to do some things. At the beginning, we can only add a new entity. So let's choose add new. The name of the entity, which is guestbook. Now it is asking me if I want to generate a standard entity. For standard entity, it means that all audit fields are inside it, and the primary key is named like entity name plus ID. I choose yes. If it has remote service imp, if it has UID, if I want to relate this entity to the asset, if I want to generate GDPR module for European developers, if I want to add workflow fields, let's choose yes, so we have everything. Let's choose everything. Then, sorry, we have all our field already inside the entity. We have to add the missing field, which is the business field. I mean, so we have another column which is the name is name. It is a string. Is not localized. We want some validation rules on this field. Yes. Here is the most important part, because it is related to the portlet modelings. Here you can find a list of validators and hints coming from the portlet modelings in which you can give some validation info. For now, we select the required validator, and we are done. No more columns. We add just a finder like group ID. It returns a collection. We just select the group ID field. No more finders. If I want to show my entity before generating everything, I can do print entity. And here we have a summary of what we have done until now. So the name, all fields, you can see the primary key, you can see the audit fields, the workflow fields, the finders. So we are done. Let's choose done. Now the generator is asking me if I want to generate services. Please yes. What is happening now is that first he runs the service builder, then he runs his custom generation, and then it will run again service builder to update Liferay services. Now we are done. We are ready to create the second entity, which is guestbook entry, that has a relationship with the first one. Now the generator is showing another option, which is edit, but I want to add a new one, guestbook entry. Standard entity, let's go faster. Yes. Remote, yes. UID, yes. Asset, yes. Workflow fields. Okay. Now we add 3 more columns, which are name, which is a string, is not localized, but it is required. Then we have another column, which is mail, which is a string, is not localized, but it is an email. It has an email validator, but it has also a required validation. And we are done. Then we add a message field, which is a string. It is localized. It has more validators because it has the required one. Then it has the editor hint. With this hint, we want to show the what you see, what you get editor in the front end, in the MVC portlet, in the control panel portlet. Let's choose true. And then we add the hint for the max length constraint that is related to the length of the column inside the database. So we choose like 3 1,000. No more validations, no more columns. We can add a relationship with the guestbook entity. So we go to relationship. Let's choose guestbook, and we choose many to one. No more relationship. Let's print it. So basically, we find everything we need. We have also the guestbook ID, which maps the relationship, the many to one. We can add another finder in which we get all guestbook entries by group ID and guestbook. So group ID and guestbook. And I think we are done. Yes. Now, before going to the code, we have to generate the MVC portlets that we will show in the control panel. So let's wait and just go straight to the MVC portlet generation. Okay, Liferay new MVC portlet. Okay. Now, the name of the portlet, I always, as I said earlier, choose guestbook. Then portlet class is okay, guestbook. Package is okay. The category, I think it's better hidden because we want to show in the control panel. Instance ball, no. Control panel app, yes, please. In Liferay panel apps. Now it is asking me if I want to associate CRUD operation related to an entity to this portlet. Yes, because I want to create the guestbook portlet, CRUD portlet. So I choose guestbook. And now it is asking me which field I want to show in the list view. So we choose name. Which field I want to use for sorting. Which field I want to show in the HTML input form. Let's say name. Now, just because in the list view we have the search bar, the generator is asking me if I want to generate search indexes class. I choose yes. Now it will ask for more information about the document indexing. So I have to select the summary title. Let's say guestbook ID, for example, and the summary content. Let's choose name. And then we go to the name, for example, guestbook ID. That's it. Now we generate the second portlet. Which is guestbook entry. Guestbook entry is okay. Package is okay. Category hidden. Instanceable, no. Panel app, yes. Apps, yes. Now we choose guestbook entry. Then we choose the fields we want to show in the list view. Column for sorting name. Now another interesting thing is happening now. The generator has found that guestbook entry has a relationship with the guestbook. So it is asking me if I want to have the drop-down selection of the guestbook inside my guestbook entry portlet. Let's choose yes. And then we choose other fields to show in the HTML input form. We generate search indexes. And it is asking me now for the management toolbar that we have already created in the first portlet. So we choose existing one. Okay. Now we have to put information about the indexing stuff. So guestbook entry ID, let's say name, and let's say name, mail for the search field and message. Okay, now let's cross fingers, everybody. Build Docker. Now we launch the build of everything. And if we go to guestbook, build, Docker, deploy, we have all generated jars. Now I will share the final result before going to the source code. we go here, we go to the control panel. We have guestbook. As you can see, we have the classical Liferay view with the add button. If I click add, let's say my guestbook. Here we can search, then we can edit the entity. We can permission, we can add permissions, and we can delete. And then we go to the guestbook entry. Let's say add Aristide, then the email. But you know, here, since there is the portal modelings related to this field, he's asking me a valid mail. And the final part of the relationship management with the drop down with the guestbook. So save, and that's it. So you can see that everything has been generated in the marketplace, so the app panel in the control panel. Now let's go quickly to the source code just to show you what has been generated by Liferay Gen. Let's do open. I never opened it before, so let's cross fingers. Okay. Trust. Okay. As you can see, modules are being loaded. Now the project is loaded. And here you can find Service Builder project, the 2 portlets, and the toolbar. Let's start from the Service Builder one. You can find the GDPR module. Let's go to the service XML first. I can zoom a little bit. So here you can find the guestbook entity with all the local service, remote service. We have the relationship management, even if the name is not the best one, but it works. Finders, the finders we have defined it. Automatically, the generator will add the company D finder. Then we have the guestbook entry and exceptions management. Then we can go to other resources before going to the Java code. For example, the portlet modelings. Here we have all generated stuff with each field with the validator or the related hint. So for the name, we added the email and the required for the mail field, and so on. So portlet modelings has been generated correctly. Then we go to the resource section default XML, and here there is another interesting part because you can find all the model resources plus the link to the portlet. So you find that the package model is linked to both portlets, guestbook and guestbook entry, but then the guestbook is related only to the guestbook portlet and guestbook entry only to the guestbook entry portlet. So the generator will link the correct portlet, the right portlet with the CRUD operations. Finally, we go to the Java code. Let's start from the local service. For example, guestbook. Here you can see there is a lot of generated code. Let's start from the top. For example, first there is the check method in which there is all the validation, the field validation. So we chose that guestbook name is required, so it is validated here. Then there is an interesting part, the CGM, what I was talking earlier. In this method, custom validation, you can add your custom code. So it is called in a generated method, but here you can add your custom logic. And so the next generation will keep it as it is. So it's very useful. We have a lot of generated methods like we have check, then we have create new guestbook, then we have delete. And here we have the remove guestbook relationship CGM. So it is another custom method that you can customize to add your custom logic on resource or entity deletion. Delete guestbooks, save or update. Here you can find before check, before save or update, and after the asset management, there is the after save. Those methods are all of them are CGM, so you can customize them, and with no problem, you won't lose them. And then we have finders, and that's it. Now we move to the service, and here we have the service class with the permissions. So you get the portlet resource permission, model resource permission, and for each action, basically it will check before the related permission. Then we have the search classes here for each entity. So you have a lot of things here, the indexer field, then you have the query contributor, all the generated stuff that you should write manually if not you are not using some automating tool. And then we have even the permission part, in which you can register the permission checker for each entity. So this is a very boilerplate code for Liferay, because it's always the same. Then we can go to the portlet, guestbook portlet, for example. Let's start from resources. You can find, let's start from the default XML, which has the portlet resource with the permission stuff, and then you have JSPs. Here, we don't have the equivalent of CGM for JSPs. We are thinking about it, but for now, you have to take it as it is. But it will generate a lot of stuff, because you have the VueJS, you have the search column JSP fragment for the columns of the table list. You have the entry action, in which for each action, there is the permission checker that controls that you have the right permission to do that action. So everything is built like Liferay suggests, and it's ready to be deployed. That's it. I don't know if you like it. I hope it. And I lose. Okay.
One of the things that I'm not sure that was clear in Aristide's presentation is he's generating a full asset-enabled entity for you. So
yes.
This may not seem like much, but for general service builder development, service builder is just going to give you the entity. And then after that, you have to add in code to support workflow, to support indexing, to support the asset framework with the asset renderer, to support permissions, all of those pieces. So when you just use Service Builder, you have a lot of things that you have to do after that. Well, Aristide's tool takes care of that for you. You get a first-class asset-enabled entity that you can then use across the board with other Liferay services. So some of the things that we've seen the last couple of days with the different collection containers and stuff, because these are assets, you can leverage them in those UI pieces that Liferay has been building. So from my perspective, I love this tool as a scaffolding tool. I don't really go through the iterative approach like Aristide showed, because my presentation is often going to be off on something else. But his generates the service layer, gives me the asset renderer support, and I can still have the control panel entries, so I can see the raw data as, you know, in a table sort of view. and then handle the presentation, in the UI and the regular public pages where they need to go.
Yeah, it's true. Another interesting thing is that you won't lose your control on the source code, because if you see it's just like Liferay compliance. I mean, not 100% maybe, but it's very, very close to the standard. So I mean, it's very useful, even if you want to generate one time and then you want to customize it, or you can leave it in whatever you want. So it's quite useful for us.
So, well, thank you both, Aristide and then David, also for the addition to this. My suggestion is that as we are running out of time for this slot, this is a great opportunity for you to move over to the dinner table in the pub or to any other place where people will recognize you, if only for the name on top of your head. So
obviously,
that maybe Dave comes with you, and you can continue there. I know that Dave has been raving before already about this tool, and I have learned why video is actually an advantage to having just radio Liferay, but also I had to remember that I have this radio Liferay sign, so I had to put it up now, and then we'll get into contact and we'll see if we do something in audio only. But now that this exists is the question. Like, will audio only add something else to it? We'll see. So please find your way over to the pub, and anybody who has some more deeper questions to Aristide, or suggestions, or wants to send a pull request, join him, ask your questions there, and I see David moving, so he might join you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is Ruben already here? Is that Ruben hiding behind the plant on stage?
Yes, that's me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
You might want to come to the front.
Let me see.
Actually, let me see. Let me share my screen so that just at least we have something on YouTube that makes it clear what we are talking about. So here we are. Quite a lot of unordered stuff in the audience. Nobody is sitting on their seat. Everybody is standing and cramming into the standing.
We don't see your
place.
screen, I think.
I don't? Well, Ruben has also shared his screen.
Oh, yeah.
So we're both sharing our screen, but at least for a short while it was visible.
Yeah.
So let's call for a little bit more order in the audience. Find your seats and let's continue. Actually, we have so not talked about this before. Who is doing this? That I'm wondering. Anne is here. Louis is here. Am I doing too much by just taking the stage?
No.
No worries. I would just add, don't stand on top of another person on the audience, please. Just to add that.
Yeah, well, I guess we won't get any order into the people on the in the audience.
Yeah.
Ruben, you'll have to live with that. We'll leave you with this unordered audience and their emotions as I see them popping up left and right. So, Ruben, with a history in Spain and in Germany, and some preference for basketball in the Madrid Dream Team, we have a repeat topic, and I really welcome repeat topics, as we had InfoList providers, we had collections already, but now we have the collection display fragment. So make collections shine with the collection display fragment. And the reason why I welcome duplications or stuff that looks like a duplication in content is that everybody adds their own aspect. So here's Ruben. Please welcome everybody. Welcome Ruben with your emojis and sit or stand in order. Go ahead. Ready, set, go.
Okay, thank you, Ola, for the introduction. I haven't had the pleasure of attending the previous 2 sessions on collection providers, but I hope that I can enrich what they deliver. So let's get started with make collection sign with the collection display fragment. All right. Just a little bit of context. This is the original dream team. Olaf mentioned I like basketball, which I in fact do very much. And when I was a kid, I loved watching these people playing in the Barcelona '92 Olympics. So our collection provider today is going to be showcasing some of these players. I also like this other Spanish dream team, a more modern version of the former one. And I love the Olympics. So we're going to be mixing this with our collection providers and collection display. What are we going to be covering today? We are going to be focusing on 3 topics around collections and collection display. The first one is pagination. The second one is filtering. And the third one is related items. Okay, you have seen it in Slack, but the code is available in this GitHub repository, and the slides I'm showing to you are also available online, so you can check them after the talk or during the talk. Okay, so let's start with a requirement. Imagine we are asked to display a list of players supporting pagination, where each page displays 6 players. And we could not do it with the collection display in previous versions of Liferay, but in 7.4, the collection display can support pagination. So we're going to see how we can actually do that. How are we going to tackle the problem? We are going to create a player collection provider which supports pagination. We are going to create a content page with a collection display fragment, which is going to display a list of players. And finally, we are going to configure the collection display fragment to perform pagination. And we're going to see which options we have available for configuring our pagination. Okay, so let's create our collection provider. For that, we can just initialize a blade workspace. With that command, configure the properties so they refer to our directories in our local workout, and we can create a player collection provider that implements the info collection provider class. Let's not forget to add the version 7.4 so everything works, and then we are in a position where we can deploy our collection provider. So the code that will be generated is as simple as this one, a Java project with a player collection provider implementing the info collection provider interface. And if we just add empty implementations for the get collection info page method and the get label method, we can already deploy our collection provider into Liferay. And we will see here within the site builder, collections provider, a stop of our not so useful up to now collection provider. You can see that it's bound to the object class. So there are many tunings that we need to do to make our collection provider usable. Let's keep working on it. First, we need to create a player model, which is going to be a very simple class with 3 attributes, a long ID, and a string with the URL image, or with the image URL, and another string with the name, and getters and setters, as well as a constructor for it. And we are going to make our player class implement the class model interface. This is going to allow us to, allow the info framework to be able to reference player objects through a combination of a model class name and an ID. So we have to implement those 3 methods. So far, everything very simple. Okay, the next step is to associate our collection provider to the player entity here. So we parameterize it to be of type player. And if we actually deploy it right now in the status that we have seen so far, we see it's already starting to look better. And our collection provider now is bound to our player entity. Okay, next step would be to make it a little bit more user-friendly by adding or by implementing the getLabel method. We need to include some lines on our BND to be able to reference language properties. And we just include 2 language properties, one for the name of the collection provider, which is going to be players, and one for the entity that we are referring to, which is this long string with the model resource web internal model that is going to be translated here into our player name, and the players, the name of the collection provider. Okay, now let's just make our collection provider return some data. So we are just going to create 2 players, 2 very famous players, Michael Jordan and Shaquille O'Neal, and return a list of or an info page containing those 2 players, and we are going to test it. So right here we can click that button and select view items, and if we do that, we are still not finished fixing all the pieces that we need. So we have one more piece that is missing. If you are trying to guess what it is indeed our info item field values provider. We need to return the values of the players in a form that is consumable by the info framework. And we do that by creating a new class, player info item field values provider, that implements this interface. And that has basically this method, the get info item field values, which given a specific player, it returns an info item field values object, which we can build using the builder methods provided by the info team field values class. And the important part is here where we actually fill the info field values for a player, and we are going to decide which values we make available. We are going to make available the name with the player get name and the image info field. And this one is going to be of type web image. This is going to allow us later to map images to our image field of the player while we are working with a content page. We are missing this class, the player info fields class, or in this case, it's an interface. I'm going to show it to you right here. And it's just a container for the 2 info fields that we have mentioned. The first one is image of type image info field type, and the second one is name, which is of type text info field type. Okay, so now when we click on view items, we actually are able to retrieve the list of players. But what we want to do is we want to see how pagination can be incorporated in our collection provider. And in order to test pagination, we need a little more or more players. So let's just change the players that are returned by our info collection provider to 21 players, just with simple names, player 1, player 2, all the way to player 21. And let's see how our info collection provider behaves in terms of pagination up to now. So when we click view items right now, what we see is that all our 21 players are returned for any of the pages that we select, for the first one or for the second one. So we would like to fix that. So if we are on the first page, only the first 20 players are returned. And if we're on the second page, the remaining player is returned. Let's see how we can do that. We are going to do that by adding support for pagination to the collection provider, and already moving to our second bullet point in the list. Okay, to return only the subset of players that correspond to our page, what we need to do is basically grab the pagination object that is available on the collection query object that is passed as a parameter to the get collection info page method. And once we have the pagination object, we are able to filter the players based on the start and end values available in the pagination object. So if we do that and we deploy the code, what we will see is that when we are on the first page, we are only displayed the first 20 players. However, we are not able to paginate to the second and final page. So we have to fix that. How do we fix that? By incorporating into our info page not just the sublist of players that we want to display, but also passing along the pagination object and specifying the total size of our collection, which is, in this case, is 21. And when we do that, now we have a proper pagination, in which on our first page, we can see 20 players. And if we click on the second page, we see the remaining player. Okay, so basically we have incorporated pagination on our collection provider. Now we're going to move on to a content page and see how we can benefit from a collection provider that supports pagination within our content page by using the collection display fragment. So we are going to create a new page called players. And we are going to add a new fragment, which is a collection display. This fragment, maybe some of you are already familiar with it. It was already available in previous versions. So we are going to select a collection for our collection display fragment. And we expect, well, we have collections and collections providers. And if we click on collections providers, we expect to find our players collection providers, but still not available here. The reason for that is that we do have a missing piece for it to be available here on a content page, which is that we need to implement the info item form provider interface. So we need to create an additional class, the player info item form provider, which is not going to return the values as we saw in the previous class, but it's just going to return the sort of a schema for our player class. And this schema is specified as an info form with info field set entries. And as info field set entries, we are going to specify our name field and our image field. And then we are going to give it a localized label, which is going to be player and a name player. And that's it. And once we do that, we do see our players collection provider being listed and ready to be selected. Okay, so we have selected our players collection provider as a collection. And we now want to tweak a little bit the collection display fragment. So instead of a full width layout, we are going to change that to 6 columns layout. So it looks more like that. And we're going to drag a card fragment into the collection item, which is one of the fragments that is available out of the box. Nothing custom here. Okay, we've done that. The next step is going to be to map the editable elements of the card fragment. Title, we are going to map it to the name field of the player. And the image of the card, we are going to map it to the image field of the player. We can do this because we have assigned the right info field types to the 2 available fields of player. Okay, so if we publish our page, we have a collection of items displayed by the collection provider. And this is exactly what we could do previous to 7.4. We could already do all what I have displayed up to here. Now in 7.4, we have additional options, which is a collection provider has now support for pagination. So we're going to look into which pagination types are supported, and we are going to see that in an example. If we click here on the pagination menu, we see that there are 2 pagination types available. None, which is the standard, and which is no pagination, and then numeric and simple. If we click numeric, what it's going to be displayed is basically a number for each of the pages available, and a left and right arrow that allows us to paginate through our items. We are also displayed here a maximum number of items per page, which we have configured to be 6. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players on each page. And we can also limit the maximum number of items returned by the collection providers. This is something that we could already do before. Okay, so with that in place, this is in edit mode. Pagination actually works both in edit mode and view mode. Here we are seeing it in view mode. When we click on the second page, we can also go to a specific page and move along. Okay, and now we are going to show the simple pagination, which is the other pagination that is available out of the box. So the simple pagination basically consists on two options, previous and next, and we can move around the pages by just clicking previous and next. Here we are displaying pagination in preview mode. It's also working here. And that's it. That's it about pagination. Just as a reminder, pagination does not only work for collection providers, as we have seen in this case, but it's also working for manual collections or dynamic collections out of the box without having to do any coding for those two. Okay. So we move on to the next part of the talk, which is going to be filtering. And in filtering, I have 4 items I wanted to talk to you about. I'm probably going to talk just about the first 3. The fourth one is a little bit of a stretch item. You have information about it in the slides and on the code, and I'm happy to ask questions about it. But I don't think we have time on these 30 minutes because it's more of a complicated example. But feel free to ask about it. Let's focus on the first 3 for now. And the first one is the option to pre-filter the items returned by collection providers. Okay, what do we mean by pre-filtering? By pre-filtering, we mean allowing the page creator to filter the players based on a certain criteria. So it's not going to be the end user, but the page creator who is going to decide which subset of items are returned by the info collection provider. And how do we implement pre-filtering in a collection provider? Well, we need to do some previous work first. We are going to add a country text field to our player info fields, player info item form provider, and player info item field values provider classes, similarly to what we have seen before for image and for name. Nothing new there. And we also have to make player collection provider implement a new interface, which is the configurable info collection provider. And we have to perform the filtering within our player collection provider class. This is the elaborated part. And once we have done that, we can let the page creator configure the actual values that are going to be used within the collection display fragment to pre-filter the players. So in this case, he's going to be able to select countries, and the players are going to be filtered based on the countries selected by the page creator. Okay, let's see the code for that. So we have here our player collection provider, and now it's going to implement the configurable info collection provider interface. And it also has to implement a method, which is the get configuration info form. And what this method is going to return is an info form with the fields that are available for pre-filtering. So in this case, we are only going to make the country info field available for pre-filtering. Okay, once we have done that and we have deployed the code, we see here an additional option for our collection, which is filter collection. This is within the page editor. So if we click the filter collection now, we are going to be able to set the values. Let's look into the code because we need to interpret those values that are going to be configured by the page creator and use them for filtering the results. What do we need to do? Well, again, within our collection query parameter, we can now obtain the configuration optional object. We have here a configuration optional object, and if it has any values, we can retrieve the map of values. And this map has, for every available field, in this case, we only have the country info field, we can get the selected values. So we can get here an array of countries that have been selected by the by the page creator. So once we have the array of countries, we can filter our players. We have first made a copy of our players into a filter players variable, and now we can filter them, and we are going to return them only if the list of countries specified by the page creator contains the country of our player, and then we are going to return it. After filtering, we are going to do a pagination. We always do the pagination at the end. Okay, so in this case, when the user now enters Spain in the text box, we see that there's a message here informing us of how many results are going to be returned. In this case, 6 results are going to be returned for our player collection provider. And if we click apply, we do see that only the Spanish players are displayed in the collection display. Okay, let's try the same thing for USA. There are more USA players in the collection provider. We have 13. So if we click apply, we now see how pagination is still working. We have here the option to paginate and see the 13 players that are returned from USA. So with this, we could imagine the page creator creating several pages, one for the USA players, one for Spanish players if he wanted to do so. Okay, we have seen how the page creator right now needs to select the country by entering the name on a text field, but usually we just want to list the available values and let him select just a single country, so he doesn't have to know whether we configure USA or United States of America. So for doing that, what we are going to do is we are going to change the type of the country info field from text to select info field type. And we are going to specify an options attribute with the available country values. Let's look at the code on how we do that. So basically, where we had our country info field, which was previously of type text, we have changed it to now type select. And we specify now an attribute, which is of type options. And here we create a get country options method in which we just return a list of select info field type option objects. And each one of them is just going to be per key value with the different countries that we support. In a more complicated example, we would be retrieving probably the available values from some backend, from database or a search index. Okay, so with that, now we are listed the available countries, and then the page creator can actually specify, for example, China, and just display the Chinese players. Multiple selection is also supported. If we want multiple selection, it's very easy. We just have to specify multiple attribute to be true. And also that very, very quickly, we add an additional attribute to our country info field with multiple set to true. And then we can have multiple selection. So we can select not only China, but also Argentina. And then Luis Escola is displayed along with Mingyao. Okay, we have covered pre-filtering, which we have defined as the page creator filtering the items returned by the collection provider. And we are now going to be covering filtering, which is basically allowing end users to filter the items returned by the collection provider themselves. So out of the box, we have created a new fragment, which is the collection filter fragment. And currently it supports keywords and categories. Those are the two types that are supported so far. So let's see how we can address the following requirement. We want to display national teams. We are going to move a step away from our player collection providers in a bit, just to showcase in this case that filtering can be applied to elements out of the, or to collections, to other type of collections. They don't need to be based on collection providers, but also manual and dynamic collections can be filtered using collection filters. So we are going to display national teams, and we are going to let the end user filter them based on both the continent the national teams belong to and the language spoken on that country. So the solution for addressing this requirement is going to be, first, we are going to model a national team as a web content structure. We are going to model languages as categories within Liferay, and we are going to model continents as keywords. Next, we are going to create web contents, each one of them representing a national team. And we are going to assign categories representing the languages spoken and keywords representing the continent to those web contents. Then we're going to create a manual collection with the available national teams. And finally, we're going to see how we can use the collection display fragment, collection filter fragment, and the applied filters fragments to create a page. Okay, so first step, we create a new web content structure, national team, with a name and a flag of type image. We are going to create a new vocabulary, which we have called languages, with just a list of languages: English, Spanish, German, French, Chinese, and Italian. And we have already also defined some tags: Asia, Europe, North America, and South America as the continent. And then we are going to create several web contents, each of them representing the national team. So here's an example with Switzerland, where we have entered the name, the flag, the languages spoken as categories, and the continent as a keyword. So you get the idea. Okay, and our next step is to come here to the site builder section. And within collections, we have added a manual collection of type web content, national team as a subtype. And we have added our 4 web contents based on the national team structure, or our 5 web contents. Okay, and now similarly to what we have done for players, we create now a content page. We drag a collection display fragment onto it, and we drag a card fragment into the collection display fragment. We change the layout to 6 columns again. And we have mapped the title of the card to the name, the image to the flag, and here this text to the languages spoken. Okay. Now we are going to be using the new available collection filter. We are going to drag it onto the page structure. Here we see it, a new collection filter. And there are several things that we need to configure on our collection filter. The first one is the target collection. So basically, we could have several collection display fragments within our page. And this way, we can specify to which collection display we want to we want to filter. So basically, we specify the collection, and we know that each collection displayed is always bound to only one collection. So in this case, we only have one. So we're going to specify the national teams collection. And here, as filter, we can choose keywords or categories. In the first one, we're going to use keywords, and we are going to enable the label. And as label, we're going to be using continent. Okay. Next step is to add a second collection filter, which is right here. And it's going to be targeted at the same collection, national teams. And in this case, it's going to be of type category. And when we select category, we can map to actually a specific node in the vocabulary tree. So in this case, we have mapped it to the vocabulary languages. So we are going to see all the categories listed as options for languages. We could also map it to a category within the vocabulary tree, and then just the children of that node will be the options that would be available for filtering. We also select show label, and we give the languages label to it. Okay, and the third step is going to be to drag another type of filter that has been introduced called the applied filters. And this filter will just display the current values that have been set on the filters for a specific collection. So in this case, we select also national collections as the target collection filters, and we can specify whether we want to have an include clear filters option that will add this option to clear all the filters that we have. Okay, so with that in place, we can now view the page, and we see that we can that the end user now can filter the national teams based on the spoken languages. So if he selects English, German, or Spanish, China is going to be filtered out. And then if he enters Europe as a continent, Argentina and USA are filter out, and we are left with Spain and Switzerland. Okay, so here we are seeing the power of collection filters. There is a bonus requirement, which would be to allow filtering countries in which at least one language of two different groups is spoken. And the solution to that is actually very simple, which would be add a second categories collection filter fragment. And we can do that right here.
Ruben?
Yes?
The bonus is a very nice segue because of the schedule that we have, that you might want to move the bonus, unless this is really a like 1 minute thing, over to the couch area.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I can actually leave that for later.
Thank you. If there is something more, then well, feel free to share. I'm not quite sure if this is one of the talks where we have linked the presentation or any code already, but
yeah, Ruben did it.
Yeah,
earlier.
Sorry,
Everything. So
yeah.
we have that on the community Slack.
Okay, so that will all be there. That's great.
Yeah.
So sorry for interrupting.
No. So should I finish? Should I continue the talk on the other area, or should I finish? Actually, I think there's only one last part that I think it's worth mentioning. These two parts are more complicated, but there's one last part which maybe will take around 2-3 minutes, which is worth mentioning. Or should I conclude?
Maybe we can concluding, and go to the pub on the west where that's a dining table for Q&A and bonuses.
Let's do that.
Yeah,
okay.
And we can get Javier on the stage already.
Yeah.
So if he's here in the audience, just come on stage, and until he's here, you can continue.
All right. So
there he is. There's coming.
Is there? Okay. No problem.
On the right
I'll
side.
continue in the other area for anybody that is interested. And otherwise, we have the slides and the code is everything quite well detailed. So if there are any questions, there's a lot of material that we wanted to showcase. So feel free to ask anything that is unclear.
Yeah.
Thanks again.
And I'll have to say, while I had my problems with all of those content pages when they first showed up, it was like, what is that supposed to be? Why is everybody inventing the world again? With the advent of collections and the mapping and so on, they suddenly made sense. And now it's like, oh, why was it ever different? So, and this is one part of the puzzle. So I'm really happy to have this content here as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Okay. Javier is hiding in the plants. So you might want to come further to the front.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, Javier.
There you are.
How are you? Yes. So now we're moving to a very new subject, and Javier here is let's say, one of the backbone of the infrastructure team for APIs, which is one of the most important today, that we have the most important to change. We have that comes from many years now. We had, I think it was called Vulkan API, and I have the right suit to talk about Vulkan here. Then move to API O, and then move to what we know that is simple Liferay headless APIs, including RESTful APIs based on OpenAPI and GraphQL. I think it's a nice addition to every session we have here. So now I will let you the stage to talk more about APIs and how it is a way.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to share my screen to start. Okay, so I have a lot of things to say, and next speaker is the boss, is Brian. So he will have much more interesting things to say. So I will try to go quick. Well, my name is Javier de Arcos, as Luis said. I'm a senior software engineer, and I'm the headless squad lead in Liferay. And well, the purpose of this talk is that in these years that I've been developing APIs here in Liferay, I have the chance to help a lot of people with their APIs, and some of them suffer a lot in developing APIs. And part of the blame is for us, because REST Builder relies a lot on conventions and best practices of APIs, and fail if they are not followed. And I think that we improved that a lot. But also there are some knowledge to share about the fundamentals of the APIs that is very important to be able to have a much better experience developing APIs, and also to translate this to the client, to have a great client experience also. So this is what I want to try in this talk. It's a very theoretical talk, I'm sorry, but I hope that you can enjoy and learn a few things. I want to start with this quote. It's from Roy Fielding, from his dissertation in the REST architectural style. And I love it because it talks about constraints and how they help to naturally grow a system. It seems like counterintuitive, because we are used to be blocked by constraints, instead of think about it and explicitly put the constraints that will allow us to grow our system. So I think that it is very important. It's something that is about what we are going to talk in now. So let's start with the CRUD. Who are the CRUD? Well, these are the APLorians, and are Roy Fielding, Leonard Richardson, and Mike Admundsen. There are people that contribute a lot in the API development. There are more people, but I think that these three persons are one of the main APLorians, one of the main people that you should follow and study to get deep in the API development. Roy Fielding published his dissertation about the REST architecture in the 2000s, and it tried to study why the web was the success that it was. And I think that it is the best software, best success software system in the history, and it discovered like constraints that allowed the web to be the success that it was. And this constraint was that it was followed a client-server architecture. It was stateless. It allows cache. It has a uniform interface. It had a layer system, and optionally could have a code on demand. We will talk about it during the talk. Then, a few years later, Leonard Richardson studied the state of the art of the APIs and classified them into some maturity model, so some levels depending on the techniques that they were using. The level 0 was the sum of the POPs that was like a SOAP over HTTP or RPC over HTTP, but using HTTP just as a communication protocol. Level 1 was some kind, well, SWAM is like one endpoint, one method that could be post or even get, and all the information in the messages were like application in the application context. The method to invoke, the parameters. In the response, we have the error or the success or the information. So it was not relying in the protocol. And level 1 was resources. There were multiple endpoints and some use of the HTTP methods, but not so much. And level 2 take advantage of the full and powerful semantics of HTTP verbs that we will talk about. And level 3, that is the aim of the glory of REST, was hypermedia controls that are very, very important, as we see. And then Amundsen also contribute with his own maturity model focused on data, and it also defined several levels. The first one would be like the database centric. That was when the company just opened the database to access through the API. And that is also something that is common nowadays also. The second level was to be object-centric, to get access to the implementations, to the object implementations. The third level was resource-centric. That was more like the concept of resource, and that was decoupled from the implementation and from the database. That helps a lot to evolve the API. And the aim, the most valuable level was affordance-centric, where we can focus on the client needs to give affordance, to give just what the client needs, no more and no less. So trying to explain this deep, we will start with the resources. First thing is, what is a resource? Well, a resource is any set of information that it is valuable enough to be referenced. And for that, it will have a unique URL. That will be the resource of our API. Then we will have representations that are machine readable explanation of the state of a resource in a moment of time. And a resource can have more than one representation. And then the representation will be the ones that will go back and forth between the client and the server, and it is the only thing that the client sees, URLs and representations. So how we can define these resources for API? Our resources will be the key concepts for our API. It is we need to focus on information that the client needs to retrieve or needs to send. And there are several types. There are archetypes of this kind of resources. There are the document resource, that is a specific element of the API that could be like an object instance in a programming language. The collection, that is server managed resource repository, that is the server who is the responsible of creating new resources. It could be, it also has the store resource, that is client managed resource repository. You can think something like a favorites store where you can add and remove books, movies, something like that. And last, it will be the controller resource. That is, we have to be careful with it, but maybe we have some actions that we need in our API and that cannot be mapped to HTTP standard methods. So one of the things that define these resources is the URI, where we will access to it. And there are some best practices that we can follow, like that we need to use singular nouns for documents, resources, because are an instance, plural nouns for collections, as they are a collection of resources, verb or verb phrases for our controller names, and be very careful because if you are using CRUD verbs, it is a red flag that maybe your design is wrong, because this kind of action should be triggered by HTTP methods to a resource and not through a controller resource. And then we can say also that the path variables that we can have in our URIs should be identity-based, should identify the resource. It should not be other kind of information that it would be a better fit to a query parameter or something like that. And for the URLs, we can talk about how to compound the URLs, and it's using kebab case. That means that using lowercase letters and hyphens, don't use underscores or mix upper and lowercase letters. When you are using an slash, be careful, because you are implying a hierarchy. If you are defining an slash, movie ID slash characters, that represent the characters in the movie. It's more like the hierarchy that you are defining. And the trailing slash should not be included because it doesn't give any semantic information. And it's like some tips, but it's true that it's a disclaimer here that Tim Berners-Lee wrote about in The Action of the Web is the opacity of the URIs, is that we don't need to have to gather information from the URLs, because it would be the web, or in this case the API, who should guide us through the URLs, and we should not take into account what are the URLs information. And this is an important concept for the resource, is the power of using a shared vocabulary. If you are defining a resource that is something that has meaning in the outside world or in your domain, try to find a schema or a standard vocabulary to represent it. There are a lot of initiatives to do that. One of the most important ones is schema.org, but there are others like FOV or vocab.org. And here I put some examples of a person or a blog post in a schema. And if you use the library APIs, maybe it sounds familiar to you, because we use these concepts to represent our entities in library. The next level is the HTTP semantics. HTTP is a very rich protocol in semantics. We are used to talk about the web semantic web, but not about HTTP. And HTTP have a precise definitions for verbs, for headers, and for response codes, and we should know about it and follow it. So here are the most important verbs, 6 of the 8 verbs in the specification of HTTP. So we should use get to retrieve a representation of a resource, delete to remove, post to create a new resource, put to replace completely the resource, head to retrieve the response headers without the resource representation, and options to know about the available methods in a resource. We must not use get to create anything, or use post for other kind of action, because we need to follow the semantics. And there are two important concepts here that are safety. That means that the method is safe to be used because it will not produce any data change in the server. So it is completely safe to make a request. And idempotency. Idempotent means that if there are multiple requests, the state of the server will remain the same. If we make multiple delete requests, the same request, the server state will be the same. That the resource will be deleted, and it doesn't refer to the response. The response can be different. Maybe in the first delete we will get a no content response and a success, but in the next we will have a not found. But the server state is the same. That is that the resource is deleted. So follow the verbs convention. There are other meaning for some of these verbs, as put, that in the specification said that it can be used to create a resource when using the given URL. And here came the the concept of upsert that came from the database world, where we can create a resource if it doesn't exist, or replace the resource if it exists with the representation that we send. And this is here important, but because the result is the same, is that the result will be created with the information that we have given. There is the overloaded post. Post is semantically open-ended by HTTP specification, so could be invoked to invoke any function like a controller resource. But be careful, because that says that it will depend on the application semantic. We will not have information about what will this put do unless it is specified by the documentation of the API or by some information. And last, it is patch. That is an addition to a HTTP standard to partially modify the state of a resource. Resource can be huge, can be very, very large, and also very difficult to build. So it is a good option to have a method to partially modify a resource. And patch is not safe and it's not important by default, but you can implement it like that. But it is not by specification. Here we have some example of endpoints that we have in Liferay, like this collection endpoint, like blog posting, where we can get the collection or create a new blog post in the collection using post. And some document resources like the blog posting / blog posting ID, that we can delete a blog post, retrieve the blog post, patch, or replace or put. And here also another example of an upsert with the endpoint by standard reference code, where the client can specify an standard reference code for a resource, and the resource will be created if it doesn't exist, or it will be updated. These are very powerful because it's very robust. In the case that a request failed, a batch request failed, we can send it again, and all the results will be created or replaced, and there will be no errors in the trying to create the same resource multiple times. The HTTP status codes, response status code, also has a meaning and have a definition. So please don't use 200 to return an error, for example. That is very common. We have several families for response codes that will match the situation that for the resource to define it. So use it. We have informational, that is the 100 family, to give information about the protocol. We have 200 family to give information about the success, client request that was a success, 300 for redirection, 400 for client errors, and 500 for server errors. Some of the common ones are the 200 OK for non-specific success, that should include a response body, 201 for created with a successful resource creation in the location header, and also can have the resource representation in the body. 204 for no content, that success that where the response body is empty. 301 when we move the resource to another place and we can point to it with the location header, so we can make another request to be successful to retrieve the resource. 400 for non-specific client-side server error, client-side error, sorry. 401 for unauthorized, that is that the client's credentials have some problems and cannot be authorized. 403, that is different, that is that the client credentials are okay, but the client had forbidden access to the resource or to the method to execute. 404 for not found, when the URI cannot be mapped to a resource. And 405 for method not allowed, where the HTTP method is not supported, and we should provide information about the supported HTTP methods in the allow header. And last, 500 server errors that are not have nothing to do with the client. The client request is okay, and maybe the same request in the future will have a success response. but there are some problems in the server that we cannot expect. Do not use 500 errors for expected errors, because it should be something that we cannot control. And finally, the HTTP headers that also have their meaning, and are very useful for content negotiation, for example, with the accept and content type header. For the media type, accept language and content language for the language of the representation, and accept encoding and content encoding that are less common, that will be for compression. Header for content information are also very valuable, very useful, because with the content length, we can check if we receive all the information, and with location, we can go for to retrieve the resource. There are also headers for managing caching, like cache control or expires, for conditional requests to avoid making extra requests with last modified, if modified since, etag, if not matched, for authorization, for basic auth or auth or auth2 with the bearer token. And also, it is important with custom headers using the X prefix to avoid having conflicts if the HTTP standard grows, and just use the same header that you are using. If you saw yesterday the amazing talk of APIs that my friend with me gave, we have you know that we have a custom header that is X acceptable languages to retrieve all the translation of a resource. And let's get to, I think that is the main topic, that is hypermedia. And I want to start asking you two questions. The first question is, when was the last time that you checked an API documentation? Think about it, if something near in the time, is something that you are used to it, and if it's a good experience or not. And now think about, when was the last time that you checked a web documentation? It's something that we are not used to. We are used to explore and to the intuitive way to handle a web. We are not used to check the web documentation. That is why what we have to achieve with hypermedia in the APIs. It is true that with the web, there is a missing component that we don't have in the APIs, because APIs are meant to be machine to machine. And in the web, we have our brain that is very good interpreting things. So we need to rely on other things, on other contents to interpret the meaning and the semantics that is missing in the messages. And this can be allowed with hypermedia. Hypermedia is a machine readable way to connect resources between them and to describe themselves and their capability. And doing this, it solves usability, documentation, and the API evolution. It is a strategy and it's not a technology. There are multiple technologies that provide hypermedia, and maybe that is why it is very difficult, because it's not a recipe to follow. It's something that we must think about. And it is nothing new. The web have hypermedia for decades, but maybe we are used to it and we are not aware of it. And it is the weakest spot of most of the current APIs, library included. So why hypermedia is useful? Hypermedia is useful because with hypermedia, we can add application semantics. Tell in the message what is the information that we are transmitting, or the next steps, something like that. We can guide the requests. We can make promises about the response, saying that you can make a new request to a link that is an action to create a new resource. And we can make a complex flow control, maybe for a purchase or for a complex workflow. We can provide the next steps linked in the response, so the client can follow it. And well, that. It seems very complex, but it's something that we are used to it. Here are hypermedia examples from HTML. We have the anchor element, we have image, and we have the form to link to other resources or to perform actions in the form. And there are some technologies that are very interesting that try to solve the hypermedia. Here it is the HAL format that define embedded resources in a response with this embedded property, and also links to navigate for the next and the previous or first or last of a collection. Here is Silent, that is very interesting for defining the allowed actions, where with the name, the method, the link, the URI, and the fields that you need, and also giving information about the semantics, saying that this message have a class that is the order. Also, we have JSON-LD that give application semantic context, also pointing to this shared vocabulary to say that this message is a person. So investigating in this link of the person, we will see that he have a name and a homepage and the meaning of these properties. And last, the JSON home, that is like our index HTML, where we can have an entry point with all the resources of our applications. These are some examples that we are using in Liferay. Liferay has a JSON home in that /o/API with when you make a request using the media type JSON. And these are an action block that is based on Siren, where we say to the client all the actions that can trigger to a structured content, like get render content, or unsubscribe, or replace. And well, we have talked about REST, and we also have a GraphQL, and it's something that is very popular these days. So what about a GraphQL? Well, GraphQL is an endpoint where we can make a post method and get responses with 200, and we can have a successful response or error. I don't know if this sounds familiar to you, but this is like going back to the SWAM in the Richardson maturity level. And it's not bad, but we have to be aware about it and analyze advantages and disadvantages before using GraphQL. Maybe we need to have an easy development in the front end, and we can, or maybe we need a good performance in the backend, so we need to analyze advantages and disadvantages. But there are some best practices that you can follow, like request only what you need, minimize what the fields that you are requesting, not be too ambitious in the UI about the things that you want to from the server. Also be careful with relationships that can trigger a lot of database accesses. And it is a good idea always to measure and think about creating then new endpoints, tailored endpoints for the most used requests, GraphQL requests, to fine-tune the retrieve of the information. And I will finish with some conclusions. And what is a good API for me? Well, it would be an API that meets REST constraints, that is decoupled from the data source, because this will allow to evolve much easier. It will have hypermedia to have self-contained and self-explanatory messages, and also to guide navigation. It will be intuitive, like the web. So using REST with a shared vocabulary plus hypermedia, I think that we can create these good APIs and have evolvable APIs. I think that is the most ambitious goal, because a system that is used for many years need to be evolvable, and that would be fantastic. And also we have an extra point with that, is that we can forget about documentation. So where we are in Liferay? Well, this is our second approach. We talk about more like the third one with Vulkan and API-O. API was very powerful in hypermedia, but it was a little complex. So here, what we try is to make a balance between functionality and simplicity. We are open API based, and we have a limited hypermedia, right now. We have tools to provide to ease development of custom APIs like REST Builder and Vulkan. And we are exposing more and more functionality of the portal through the APIs. And also now we have dynamic first-class citizen APIs for objects. That is a great feature for 7.4. I'm sure that you heard already about it, and you will hear in the next talks. And where are we going? Well, we need to improve hypermedia semantics. We will improve actions and the action infrastructure to guide the client. And we also want to support HAL and JSON-LD formats. Also, we want to increase performance with lazy response composition and increase the adoption of the APIs, creating API clients for multiple languages. The first one will be JavaScript. Most important, we want, and we also try always to listen to the community. That's very important. If you have some needs, talk to us, give us feedback, communicate with us so we can fulfill your needs. So that's it. Thank you very much for attending this session. I hope you enjoyed and learned some things. I give you some link of interest to much more smarter people than me and that explain the concepts in a much better way. And I'm available for questions, feedback, opinions, if we have time, or in the Q&A room in the Liferay Dev Ask, or in the community Slack in the Headless channel. Remember that we are open source and we are community, so please contact us and give us feedback and tell us your doubts and needs so we can help you. May the APIs be with you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Javier.
Thank you very much. Yeah, those are some closing words. That's great. So for Q&A, as you said, you listen to the community. Let's send you over to the pub west of us and find the dining table.
Okay.
Yeah, see who is following. We don't have any questions right now, as far as I know, or I've missed them.
Yeah.
But
I'll post one in the Slack community in even dev.life, because we don't have time for addressing it now.
I can take it from there.
Okay.
Thank you very much for everything and for giving me the chance to be here.
Yeah. Well, thank you for giving us all the information.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
And this is while the two Brians are setting up.
And we
could say Brian is taking all the stage. So bring more Brians. This is the second time we have a split personality on stage today. We've already had who was that? Carlos opened the day with two avatars on stage at the same time. So Brian, you were briefly visible, but now you're not. Are you here?
I see him, but I can't hear him.
No.
We can't hear you.
You see him? You see the camera, or
you're muted on JT in both. No, you're not muted, but we can't hear you. Still not.
So currently I can't even see any picture, but if you say you can, then...
You don't see the camera, right? But you see two.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, now I can hear you.
Okay, this is very strange. Can you guys see my video?
I see your camera and the sound on the other.
Yeah, I can't get the sound to work on my phone.
Well, I can't see the video, but if Louis sees it, then that is most likely.
Yeah, we had this glitch yesterday.
Can I, if I download the app, will it be better? The GC app?
Not sure, but
let me refresh.
Good.
Yeah, just hit reload. That might just be enough. And there he disappears suddenly. coming back. Well, during that time, we could again try to ask people to sit orderly, but that doesn't even help in the in-person events. People are standing somewhere. Yeah, everybody's standing in the center around. Yeah. Oh, that's great. Yay! See, there's movement. And there's a camera.
And still no sound from the phone. Sorry.
For that, Louis.
Yes.
Now, I guess this is the time when we perform the synchronized dancing that we have practiced for a week for exactly this purpose.
From the pixel character or in real life? Because, you know, I'm faster with my avatar, so I guess.
Yeah, of course, the pixel character. So that's what the YouTube folks are missing.
Yeah, maybe you should share the screen.
I do. Hold on. So there we are. Synchronized dancing.
How should we?
Wes and James are dancing with us in the audience, and while we are setting up, Brian probably is. If he can't hear us, then he's wondering what the heck are these freaks doing. Got to do something to entertain the audience.
The audience can do, you know, the waving from standing.
Yeah, the audience can actually. Yeah, they can really go wild with the emojis. Which for some reason are not really well supported on Linux. So on here on the stream, you will now see a couple of emojis and a lot of square boxes. So maybe you should share the screen because I guess you're not on Linux, right?
Yeah.
So look at that. There's another Brian coming with a camera. Yes.
Okay, you guys can hear me?
And with audio, yes.
Okay, so I had to use the app and not the thing. Okay, anyways, we're up and running. So let's get the show on the road. Okay, start sharing my screen.
That makes our introduction easier. And with that, I would say the man that needs no introduction.
Okay. Hey guys, so I am not a front-end developer, okay? Front-end development for me is like speaking in Greek. But I'm going to do some front-end development today for everyone. So what I did was I started a Liferay portal here. It's on master. I was working, and this is what I have. Okay, and then in my home directory, I created a directory called 1. Okay, nothing fancy in here. And as you can see, there are no files. Now I'm going to run a curl command. Okay, this is this curl command. What is this curl command going to do? You should never run a curl command off of the internet because you don't know what it is. So you should be careful. So let's go look at what it does before you run it. Okay, so it's right here on master. You click on tools and you click on create remote app.sh. So what does this do? What this does is takes in a name. Now, let's say you don't know what this name is. Don't worry about it. Okay, this just needs to be an HTML tag name. And then afterwards, it's got 3 values for JavaScript frameworks. Okay, so we'll just say React, Vue 2, and Vue 3. So let's go ahead and run it. Let's run this. But I'm not going to put in the correct values yet. I'm just going to do this. It's going to run curl. It's going to download the shell script. It's going to run it. Don't worry. It's not going to rm-fr. Okay. I don't know why it complained about that. Okay. Anyways, so the usage is, it says put in the custom element name and the JavaScript framework that you want to use. So in this case, we're going to create a custom element name called Hello World. Okay. And we're going to use React as a JavaScript library. And oh my God, why does this always happen when I am in a demo? Fortunately, I came prepared, expecting something could break. And what I did was I ran them here beforehand. I swear I ran this 5 minutes ago and it worked, okay? So it's in my second directory. I don't know why this is not working in here. This makes no sense to me. I must be typing something wrong, but I ran it beforehand, okay? I ran it for Vue and for React. So if you go back up here, you'll see all it did was it ran yarn create React app, shoved it in my second directory, Liferay hello React app, and that's it. So I ran this command here. See, I'm telling the truth. It ran yarn create React app, and that took 7-8 seconds, and then another 30 seconds, and then it did this. So what in the world did this make, right, when I ran this? Well, let's run yarn start. Oh, yeah. Is it not yarn start? It is yarn start, right? Oh, oops, I have to go into the directory. Okay, and from here, I'm gonna run yarn start. So yarn start, what is this madness? I'm a Java developer. What is going on? Okay, it created something in port 3000, and it's displaying this thing called Hello World. What is this? Oops. Okay, so when I see this React app, okay, all it displays is Hello World. So what is this? View page source. In here, sorry, I don't know how to inspect. I only know how to do view page source, but it's okay. You'll see this right here. Now ignore this thing called route for now, but the key thing you need to understand is this. This is the app right there. It's an HTML tag. So instead of image, or instead of bold, instead of strong, right? It's, you name it, something. Now this right here, the standard for it is called custom elements, okay? Remote web components. So in essence, you're creating this little tag, and you got to make sure this is unique. So everything that Liferay makes, we're going to start with Liferay dash, and then maybe the project name or something, okay? Let's go back to view source, and that's all it is. And then it also shoved in all these scripts, okay? All right, that's what it does. Okay, so that's all you need to know for now. And then I'm going to hit Control-C here. Actually, I'll show you where the code is. Now, again, there's routes. And again, there's hello boo, hello bar, foo, and hello world. Ignore those for now, okay? And then you have hello world. And then you have components and pages, which is just your standard React stuff. That's what JavaScript developers tell me, okay? And I'm going to open this sucker. And it just says hello world. Okay, great. So let's build this, and let's deploy this so that the portal has it. How are we going to make that work? So in here, you'll see there's no static directory, there's no build directory yet. So I'm going to run yarn build. Essentially, what I'm doing is I'm compiling Java source code into like a Java file to a class file, okay? So yarn build. Okay, what is going on in here? So, okay, it built it. And the output .class files, if you can think of them that way, is right here. Or you can think of them as your war file, your jar file, etc. So it's a bunch of static files in here, okay? All these files in here. Okay, so let's get this into the portal. How are we going to do that? Now, you could upload this to S3. That's one way to do it. But in this scenario, I'm just going to upload them into the portal. Whoa, this is way too big. And this is way too small. Okay, all right. So I log in. And I'm going to go to my document library. And I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to call this folder React, because this is my React app, okay? I'm going to go in here, and I'm going to upload these files. All right, where are my files? Home to Hello React app. Oops. Build, static, JavaScript. Here are the 3 JavaScript files. Okay. I'm going to upload them all. Okay. Why am I uploading this? You'll see. Okay, so I uploaded them. Now, I need to create this thing called a remote app. Okay, what in the world is a remote app? Okay, you go here, you click remote app. So a remote app is an app that is not local, but remote. Okay. Now, this is not an iframe that we're about to make. This is an actual app, and the portal will treat it as such. So I'm going to call this Hello React. Okay. I could do an iframe in here, but that wouldn't be as fun as this. So now I call this Hello React. Okay. And then I got to tell it where the source code is that will render this HTML element. It's gonna create a portlet that's gonna render that, and I need to know where the source code is. So in this case, for this demo, I want to fetch it from the document library. Why? Because then you can see it right away. Okay, just copying the URL. Now I don't need the full URL, and I don't need this stuff. Okay, I just need a simple way to show those documents. Okay, and I've got 3 of them. Okay. So let's add all 3, la, la, la. And this is runtime main and this guy. Okay, you don't even need to know what these mean because I don't know what these mean. I just know it outputted 3 JavaScript files. Okay, so now I'm going to publish this, and it's going to be available in the portlet category called remote apps. Okay, so I hit save. La, la. Okay, I created this. I saved it. Okay, so now I'm going to edit this page. Okay, I'm going to edit this page. I'm going to add that portlet on here. Where are you? Widgets, remote apps. Remember Liferay Hello React? We added that, right? I shove this in here, and then I hit publish. Voila, hello world. This is the same hello world that we saw earlier when I did yarn start. Okay. Now, we're going to talk about routes here, okay? And then I'm going to give you some of the design patterns I'm pushing for, okay? Essentially, I want to treat each of these remote apps like a Docker container, okay? I don't want to review any of the code in here. I don't care how ugly it is. That's actually not true. I do care about the code in here, but it's like but the same way you treat a Docker container, you don't care what library it uses, blah, blah, all that stuff. It's its own self-contained world. So you saw this app here. It wasn't inside, Liferay portal, tree. It was just in my home directory /2, okay? I don't care which, versions of blah, blah, blah it's using. It's just what it is. Now, we introduced the concept of routes. So let me backtrack a little. What in the world is a route? Okay, so there's nothing new under the sun. JavaScript development today is basically the same thing as struts development 20 years ago, Spring MVC development 10 years ago. It's all the same with some caveats and some improvements and different problems that they present. Now, if you remember back in the struts days, where's my, here, okay. If you remember back in the struts days, we had a thing called an action servlet. Your action servlet was your main thing that took care of everything, right? And then, sorry, struts is this really, really old technology that Citibank.com, I think, still uses. I think I can tell every time I go to their website and do a payment, I see this .do in it. Actually, a lot of the world is still powered by it. And they had this configuration file and this action servlet that routed everything. And then they basically had these things called action mappings, and they just had a string that maps to something, okay? We took this same concept on top of struts, we used portlets. And we have the exact same idea inside portlets. What do we do inside portlets? We have these things called MVC action commands, right? I'm just taking a random one from this guy here, okay? And when you look in here, this points to this command. Again, the simple idea is a string points to some logic that does something. And we're going to do this exact same idea here in JavaScript now. So what do we see in here? Back when we made this app, we have hello world, which had this stuff. Now, guess what? I have these other routes called hello bar and hello foo. What would you expect that they would look like? Well, for that, let's do yarn start. By the way, this is why JavaScript has taken over the world. It's because they allow for, it's like taking a drug. You get to do something and you get instant satisfaction. Let me show you the drug. Okay, hello world. Where's my React app? Hello world. Oops. Let's change it and let's give you guys some drugs here. Oh man, I hope this works. Yes, it worked. It suddenly showed hello bar, right? That's your drug right there. You type something, you get instant satisfaction in your brain. Okay, cool. Now, how do we do this in the portal, right? And deploy this, right? So you would go here and you'd go back to remote apps. And actually, you don't have to go there. You could come in here. And one way to do it is you just go in here and you hit configuration. And you do route equals hello bar. Hey, hello bar. That's kind of nice. Okay. Another way you could do it is you can get rid of it here. Back to hello world, right? But let's get out of here and let's go to, oops, where am I here? Oh, how do I cancel this? Okay, there we go. Let's go to remote apps. And you can configure this React app itself to have it by default. By default, I want this to be hello bar. No, let's do hello foo. Oops, I click save. So even though I didn't set that this was the route, if I go back to here, it's now going to say hello foo. So the point of why do I want to do this? Because in a lot of our client engagements, people are using, React or Vue 2. And whatever they pick, I'm basically telling them, hey guys, just make one mega container. In this container, we're going to call it a remote app. And you guys can just throw all your code in here. And for each of your team, just add a bunch of these words. So one word could be show a diagram. Another one could be get me a quote for something. And so you can split up your teams with just these different directories, but it makes the deployment mechanism into Liferay very simple. You just run yarn build, and then you upload it to Amazon or something. Okay, so how does this even work in here, right? Because remember earlier I did the yarn start, and I showed you with the view source. It's actually the same thing. So in here, you'll see 2.js. How about that? Okay, I swear. Okay, what's the name of this file? Build.js, static.js, main.fc4cc. Okay, fc4. Okay, there you go. So basically, at the bottom of the page, we're injecting those 3 JavaScript files, right? Exactly the same thing as yarn start. And then you can see it right here. And that's how we pass the routes. Okay? Okay, so does this work with something other than React? Because I found that people love and hate one JavaScript framework over another. And we are friendly to all. So we got to make sure that we please Angular developers, Vue developers, Vue 2, Vue 3, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so back over here. Okay. Sorry, this is when this is a React, hello React. My bad, sorry, I was getting confused where I was. Okay, so back here, I swear an hour ago I ran this. It downloaded the script and it created hello Vue for Vue 2. Okay, it did the same thing. You can see it. It downloaded it. I'm not making this up. Okay, so now let's go in there. Hello Vue. And yarn serve. And let's show you what this guy looks like. Okay, you can go in here. Voila. Okay, whoever likes Vue, you got it. Okay. Let's get out of here. Again, it's just a bunch of source code, and they have different ways of doing source code, but the idea is the same. Okay. All right. So, oh, by the way, you may be asking yourself, what in the world is the difference between a traditional create remote app in React and Vue? You can just look at the script and see exactly what we changed. For Vue, it's ridiculously simple. Okay, let me just show it to you guys. And now I'll show you how I deployed the sucker. So if you go to here, you can see for Vue, all we did was we ran the create thing, and we just did 2 replacements. So this is not rocket science here, guys. It's very, very simple. That's why I just shoved everything in one bash script. Okay, I want to keep deployment very simple, and if I make a change, I want to just push this up and not have to deal with publishing anything. Okay. Now React was a little bit more complicated, but you want to know exactly what we did. We ran yarn create remote app, went in there, added some stuff, replaced some stuff, deleted some basic stuff that we found useless, and then we wrote some additional files, the hello foo, hello bar stuff. Okay, super simple. Okay, back to Vue. So I need to build this sucker. I don't see a directory called dist in here right now because I haven't compiled it yet. Or I think they call it transpile. I don't know what they call it. I'm just going to call it compile because that's what it means to me. Okay, so again, I created these 2 JavaScript files. Okay, so how am I going to do this in here? Let's go to my document library again. Okay, this time I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to call it Vue. Okay, I'm going to come in here. I'm going to upload some files. And go to Vue, dist, JavaScript, voila, publish the sucker. Okay, and then let's go to remote apps, and let's create a Liferay hello Vue, which is a custom element, Liferay hello Vue, and let's give it to JavaScript files, exactly what we did earlier. Again, I don't expect people to deploy in document library in a real world scenario, but for now, this is so easy. I don't want to do it via Amazon right now. It would even make it more complicated. Okay, so chunk vendors, and what's the other name? App, super long hash. Okay, so let's go back to this guy. Let's add this. Liferay hello Vue, Liferay hello Vue, put it in remote apps, done. Okay, so that's published. Let's go in here, let's edit this page, and let's add hello Vue remote apps. You know what I found interesting? I found that these JavaScript libraries have different popularities depending on the country they're from. In this case, it seems Vue is very popular in Asia, where some of our clients highly demand it. Yeah, the logo is messed up, but you get the point. It's deploying in here. You'd have to have it read the resources from either the CDN or from document library, etc. Okay, so here you have it. You have your Vue app, and you have your hello foo. Now, how do I turn this into a CRUD app? Oh, actually, before I even go into that, why in the world would you do this? Why wouldn't you just run this on its own node server, right? Well, the benefit is now I can control how this is shown, and I can leverage a Liferay's user management system, page management system. I can have this integrate with style books. I can have this integrate with a lot of other stuff. And you'll see it in a later presentation today when they talk about Ray Life. You'll see that, our insurance demo, okay, which will put this on steroids. Okay, what was I talking about? Oh, CRUD app. Okay, how am I doing on time here? Okay, I think I'm still good. I don't know what time it is. Okay, oops. Oh, yes. Let me create the CRUD app. So I'm going to do a CRUD app, and I'm going to just go to objects. And this is piggybacking off of what Javier de Arcos just talked about earlier in his talk right before this. I'm going to create an object, and I want to store bananas because I love bananas. Okay, oh, I just have one banana. More than one banana is bananas. And the database table is going to be banana. Okay, I'm going to click save. I'm going to go to banana, and I'm going to add some fields to banana. Okay, like what do you care about for bananas? I'm going to care about the color of my banana. Okay, I care about it when I buy bananas. You know, you want yellow ones, right? Bananas, a color. And then I also care about the weight. I want big bananas. The bigger the better, right? Double. And then I'm gonna name my bananas. I name each of my bananas before I eat them. No, I'm just kidding. That would be weird, okay? Nobody does that, okay? But I'm gonna name them right now. Okay, so I have a name, my color, and the weight of my banana. Okay, let's go back to details, and let's scope this stuff by site. And I'm gonna make the ability to add stuff to this quickly via here. Okay, I'm gonna show you DMySQL client, show tables. Oops, yikes. I'm terrible at typing right now. Show tables, I don't have my banana table in here. No banana. Publish the sucker. Okay. Show tables, where's my banana? My banana's right here, okay? Short of it is, these are real tables with that make it so you can do reporting, okay? So Service Builder, this is built on top of Service Builder, by the way. So all the stuff I'm showing you, all of our front end stuff is built on top of Service Builder and portlets. So that stuff is never going away, okay? We have clients that have hundreds of portlets in their installations. So we're always going to support that. All the stuff we're building is on top of this. That's how we're able to build this so quickly, okay? But we also realize that people may want to develop faster, and this is one means in which they can do it. Okay, so banana. Okay, let's go add some bananas. Bananas. Where was I? Oh, go to the site. Oops. Yikes, what's going on here? Come on. Oh, okay. Let's go to bananas, and I'm going to add some bananas. One banana I'm going to add is yellow. I'm going to name him Bob. I'll give him this weight. Another banana is going to be green. I want to name him Yoda, and he's lighter. Okay. Okay, so I've got two bananas. Okay, so now I want to curl this sucker. I'm going to curl this. Well, first, oops. I'm going to go to OAPI, and I'm going to see that the object that I just created is available as right here, see bananas. Okay, I can go to scope, and I can put in my scope key of guest. I can click execute, and you'll see Bob is yellow, and Yoda is green. Okay, very nice. And I can also, where is this? Sorry. I can also cut and paste this. Curl command, voila. Now, in prod, you're not going to want to pass in the username and password, but I didn't want to set up all that stuff in this demo. Okay. But you can see they even give you tokens and all that stuff right here. Okay. So, but in any case, it curled it and it got me my stuff. Okay. Very, very simple. Where am I now? Now, I also have GraphQL, because we know if we want to do a join between two components, GraphQL will work better. Where's my cut and paste cheat sheet here? Right here, bananas. Okay, bananas, hit play. Hey, Bob and Yoda. What if I want to know how much they weigh? There you go. Okay, so you can see it's got integration with GraphQL and all that stuff. Now let's integrate it with our JavaScript app. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to Hello React. I'm going to click source, routes, Hello World, pages, Hello World JS. Here's my Hello World, and I'm going to cut and paste this JavaScript. Now this JavaScript is how many lines of code? 63 lines of code. Okay, it's not that bad. Okay, it's basically doing the same curl command and then going to display it. Okay, let's see if this works. Let's build a sucker. And when it builds, it's going to create more files. Okay, these are the files it created. So I got to upload this. Okay, let's upload this. Where's my document library? The document library. Document library. Go in here. Let's create a new folder so we don't. Screw it. I'm just gonna delete these files, which would make the other app break. That's okay, because I'm going to upload new ones before we hit refresh on there. Okay. In real life, you would have 2 versions up at the same time, and then you can just toggle between one or the other. Build static JS. That's a chunk file. That's a chunk file, and that's a chunk file. Right? Those are real files. Okay. Open. Let me publish the sucker. Okay. I published all 3. I'm going to go to remote apps. I'm going to click edit, and I'm going to replace those files with these files. Hey, it's the same file. How is that possible? I thought they would have given that main file is the same. Sorry, that file is the same. I thought they would be different every time I ran. Oops. Main. And then number 2 is this guy. That one changed, but I guess runtime main didn't change enough for them to care. All right, it's only 780 bytes, so it must be some fancy JavaScript thing I don't understand. Oh, let's change the default route back to world, because that's the one I touched. Okay, so now I go here. Voila. Hey, Bob and Yoda. Okay. So there we go. It read it, and obviously you can create a quick JavaScript form in here. Click post, and it'll do create, delete, etc. Okay, and that concludes my first talk. Olaf.
Thanks a lot, Brian.
Yep, thank you. I was busy trying to play some 10 seconds of copyrighted material. The banana song, obviously. Whoops, no.
Sorry, I just dropped out of my other one since I'm not going to be doing any screen sharing now.
Yeah, but I don't see your first one. So you technically you are no longer on stage, but you're within this Jitsi. That's fine. Oh, you're on the app. Now,
yes.
Okay. No problem. No problem.
I'm still on, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
okay.
just like your avatar is gone.
Okay, I'm here. Yes.
We see you. This is a remote one anyway, so we are in a remote setting. Let me see. Okay, the introduction, you basically took exactly what I would have used as an introduction, which is you're not a front-end guy, so I'm curious to see what happens. And the other part, you just demonstrated that. The first time that I saw you on stage was 2008. European Symposium, and I do remember, I don't know which version of Windows that was back then, but where everybody else brought in PowerPoint and basically nothing else. You came in with Windows, Notepad, command line, and a browser. And I can't remember if that was IE or whatever browser that was, but that was it. And that was basically what we saw today. So I've had a déjà vu.
Yes, we've evolved a bit. Now it's Sublime, you know.
Yep, no longer Notepad. Was it Notepad or Notepad++ back then?
It was Edit Plus.
Edit Plus, okay.
I still actually use Edit Plus, but that's okay.
Okay, so then let me get sorted. Louis, unless you are sorted already and you have the chat open in case there are any questions.
I have, and we have one very specific around security from Fabian. And the question is, web components, often have routes for handling OAuth 2 authorization code flow callbacks. Can we allow the portal's main page router to route those messages to the web component in some way?
I don't know the answer to that, but I know we have very smart security guys that will be able to answer that. I honestly am not well versed enough to be able to do that. But no, please Slack me, email me that stuff so we can work with Tomasz and the right guys to make sure whatever you want, if there's a benefit, we'll give it to you.
Sure. And Fabian is part of Liferay team, so I guess he could, create a thread in Slack and put Stian, I believe, would be one of the guy we could have on that matter.
Yes.
I'm not sure if Fabian you shared this thought yesterday, but let's
make it happen.
That. Yeah, let's look on that.
If you feel there's value in it, we're gonna do it.
Yeah, I believe it's the best way to handle security with those kind of apps on the front end. So
yeah,
might be quite important. I have another question from Benjamin in France. How about automation? For site creation and update. If you need to update your app with CI/CD, how would you proceed? And same question goes with Liferay Objects. Yeah.
Sorry, what was your second question? If you have to update what?
Your application, like the front-end application you did as a remote app, how you would put that in a CI/CD scenario instead of doing the stuff you did during the demo, but because it was practical.
Yeah. So if you go inside, when you click Add Site, even in GA1 doesn't has this for Speedwell and the other guy, right? Minium. It does that site creation. In GA2, CEGA2, which is coming out this week, it will have RayLife in it. And the source code to that, which Jose Abelenda will demonstrate soon, if you just go to Liferay Portal Tree Master, Modules, Apps, Site Initializer, and you'll see RayLife in there. And it's basically all static artifacts. And so that's going to allow you to do that. As far as the CI thing goes, what we're working on next is I want to inject certain environment variables into the remote apps. So you could imagine if you got rid of the hash and it was always 2.js, main.js, and whatever.js, chunk.js. Imagine it was just those three files, and then I could put a URL in front of it of what you want to call it. So you can call it build1 dot blah blah build two, and so forth. Build, and we can inject those environment variables, and your portlet configuration is just those environment variables. Then your CI is simply, okay, here's your portal, upload a different version of this. It's on S3 somewhere. Hit, change the build number, hit refresh, run your app test. Does it make sense? So it makes it very lightweight. So and then we see the power of Liferay by adapting this type of what do they call it? Jamstack, right? This type of development style, but providing the CRUD and the REST APIs that we're very good at, right? So we'll have fragments, commerce, all this stuff tied in together, all within one URL, right? All site initializable, all virtual instanceable for you.
Okay, and I think take the occasion because related to the apps and the files, something that we were good at with the adapt thing is to create deduplication, where you want to use like React on multiple remote apps, but you don't want to load React multiple times. And we had a way to do that within Liferay, and I would be interested in how we're gonna handle that with remote apps. I asked the question earlier, but
so the way we would deduplicate is with the route function, with the route parameter property, because by doing that you could have one fat JavaScript one, and you can have 50 portlets, and each of them just has a different default route.
Okay.
Then you load it once on your page.
Okay. So the other question from Benjamin was, what about the automation of site creation? But so this is a site initializer, right?
Yep.
But it would be for the site update because from what I understand in the customer case he has, it's they create once and then they make modification around the site, and they need to reflect that updates, from non-production to production. So how do you handle that? And same question with Liferay Objects. If I create one on non-production, I need to update it and push it to production.
Yeah, so we're working on all of that. Some of it will be tied into DXP Cloud, where we'll have our workspace with different directors in different environments. Another way we're tackling it is we're just making sure that you can export the data and import the data, possibly via staging or possibly not even having to use it. Another thing is you could even have, you can think of them almost like, you can think of websites almost like Git branches. They become cheap. You create it, and then in your dev environment, you keep using these site initializers to create it, and then you put it on production. And in production, you have site A, and then you specify the virtual host name, and then as soon as you're done, you can just rename that to dev and rename the other one to prod. Like so the fact that the company ID is different doesn't really matter. So there's lots of ways to skin this cat, and we're still working through it as we move this to the mainstream of how we deploy stuff. But thanks for that question, and we see that as something we need to tackle.
Okay, I don't see more questions for now. So guys, remember that the question goes on the Slack, the community Slack, and we're actually have the Ask Me Anything for Brian session. I guess
smooth transition.
Yeah, smooth transition. So I guess we tackle some related stuff from Udemo, and now can be anything new that we saw during those 2 days about what's new on Liferay 7.4.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. Otherwise, we can come up with random stuff from the portal channel, the headless channel. Now, probably not from the headless channel to backend.
No. But I mean, I can throw some other random information out that we're still brewing on. But I think we released 5 or 6 GAs 2 years ago. We released 4 GAs this year. But next year, we're aiming for about 25 GAs. So we're going to ramp up our development speed to go bi-weekly releases, just to be more with the times. So
that'll be interesting. And that's also the reason why the numbering scheme has changed, right?
Yes. So we had to add another 4th number to accommodate this. Yeah.
Yeah, there's something new to learn, which is the numbering scheme.
And regarding those deployments, just a reminder for those who weren't there yet yesterday, but we had a great talk about, the Q&A in Liferay and all the improvement we are putting in the product from, the features and functional tests that is running and catching more and more bugs before we have that, in production.
Yeah, our coverage for our community edition in 7.3 was quite low. For 7.4, the coverage is over 95%, and next year for a community edition, we're pushing it to 99%. So
that's an impressive progression.
Yeah, that's something that I really need to do to watch. Because at events like this, it's always hard to follow the content and make the event carry on. So I do know that there was a presentation on testing and catching stuff, and I got some fragments of it, but not a lot. How did this all come to happen, Brian? So was it just because the industry does that, or
so what happened is we didn't have the ability to do it before. So if you guys are looking at cloud versus owning your own infrastructure costs, for many things you want to go straight cloud, right? Hey, do you remember that picture? Olaf, that picture that I showed of Diamond Bar a couple months ago? I think, remember we had like 20 people lined up building machines, nooks, And yes, sorry, I don't have a picture of it, but it's this exact same Nook here. So we bought about 1,000 of them last year, right before the chip shortage, because it's like impossible to buy these now.
So it's basically you caused it.
No, I don't think we caused it. Yeah, and we have people.
Do you have enough toilet paper?
We have enough toilet paper, and we just bought this, and then we asked a bunch of the guys, hey, you want to just volunteer? Not volunteer, but you want to carve out some of your time from your other work, line up. And I remember one guy, Ryan, was holding memory in his hands, and he weighed it out. He's like, wait a minute, I think I'm holding more. This memory is worth more than its weight in gold. So we had a bunch of hard drives. We threw that in. So we basically doubled or tripled our CI capacity. Now we're able to do that for CI because it's not mission critical, right? We would not put something like that in our offices that was mission critical. And then we found a better way of working globally. So this is one of the reasons I'm here in Brazil right now, is to ramp up some people. And so leveraging more capacity across the globe, and then leveraging more hardware, we were able to get the coverage we needed. So, which translates to better value for everyone who uses the product.
Okay. I just realized I might need to resolve a cultural reference. I'm not quite sure if this was a worldwide phenomenon or if that was just all over Europe. The toilet paper crisis of 2020, is that an international thing?
I don't know if it was the case elsewhere, but in the United States and in South America, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, then we'll assume it was everywhere. Then
yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that nobody or that everybody gets that cultural reference.
Yeah.
Yes.
We share the same concerns when it comes to toilets, right?
Yes. But you guys have bidets in Europe, right? Aren't bidets a lot more popular? So you guys shouldn't have that problem, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Fabian makes a cultural reference on Slack where he says it was a German problem, and indeed I have heard that when toilet paper was out in Germany, it was what was that? Red wine and condoms were out in France. And it happened in Spain too. So with that, there is a question coming in from Fernando. Why does the upgrade process give up so easily? And he's basically talking about problems upgrading from 6.2 to 7.4. So it's running fine, but upgrade process stops. And then, he's wondering why not upgrade what is possible.
Part of it is we don't want upgrades to, because you're never upgrading on a live site, right? Nobody would ever do that, right? You're always upgrading first on a backup. And there's just a gazillion data issues, that we can't predict. So it's better to stop the upgrade than to proceed and then lose some data over. If you're a community member, then when that happens, let us know and we'll do our best to fix it. And whatever you contribute to us will help the next customer. Or the next community member. If you're a client, then tell us and we'll fix it for you. Yeah, it's just because we ate the fruit from the tree of the Garden of Eden, and this world is jacked up. So, and upgrades are part of that, horror that I am sad about. But we're working on fixing it, improving it.
Yeah. So from my own experience, I can say they get better and better with time. But I mean, if you start with 6.2, that's already, how many years is that ago? 5, 6, 7 years ago.
I think it's like 10 years now,
or
right?
10 years, 5 versions. So that's quite a lot of versions to jump across. So,
But we want to help you, and we want to help you make that jump, because 7.4 has a ton of nice candy for everyone. And we're not planning to release 7.5 or 8.0 for a long time. We're going to keep improving 7.4 and make changes that are less disruptive. And if you look at the fact that if you build more using objects, if you build more using this remote apps, you can see that the connectedness to Liferay is a lot less, which means our upgrades should go a whole lot easier because there's a lot less stuff integrated, right? You're not changing the way /login works.
Mm-hmm. Well, some people do, but they will know that they do.
Yeah. But that makes upgrading harder. So, and we're trying to make all of those things configurable outside as much as possible.
Mm-hmm. That brings me to a question. For a while, I have told everybody, Ext is going away, and it was away already. Then it came back. That was in 7.0, if I recall correctly. But it will go away, and let us know of any kind of extension point that you still need so that we can create a proper extension point and not rely on Ext. What I was never really able to tell anyone was like how to do that, other than file on Jitsi, not on Jitsi, on Jira.
Jira, yeah.
And then hope to get it seen. Is there any particular way that you can recommend?
No, if you file it in Jira, we need to make sure it gets seen. We need to fix that process if that's broken. But beyond just an extension point for OSGI, I want you to even tell us what extension points, what UI points could exist to make it so you don't even need OSGI modules. I'll give you an example, right? We had one client where they had to replace one word with a different word because that word was banned in that country. But in order to make that happen, they had to write like 40, 50 modules because that word appeared in 40 different modules. So what we did was we merged them all our language keys in 7.4 into one module. So worst case scenario, you can deploy one module. But then we realized, man, why even make people deploy one module? Why not just give them a GUI where they can just see all the keys, search them all, and then just type in the new value and hit save. That way, if a admin realizes they missed one spot, or something else comes up, they don't have to go through IT to make it happen, right? We want to give more power to users because that's what's gonna make us more valuable.
Yeah, I mean that would have been my next question. It's like there's only a single module. How about updating it at runtime? So apparently that's a thing already. I haven't seen that feature yet.
Yeah, that's not in yet, but it's going to be in 2 weeks from now, which is why we're also doing bi-weekly releases because we want to just go faster. I hate these quarterly releases. It's too slow. I want candy every 2 weeks.
I guess that's the real news here. So how are you going to pull that off?
We're gonna be very disciplined, do stuff we haven't done before, and make it happen. We're just gonna do it. I mean, from a technology perspective, we're creating a bigger safety net so that anything that comes into our monorepo gets tested heavily beforehand. And then nightly, we're going to do a mega test. And then we're just instilling discipline in our teams to treat every week as a release week, Mm-hmm. So, and we're changing the culture of the organization to push to make that happen. And we're just going to force through it to make it so.
Yeah. I remember from the extreme programming times, what was that? If releasing is hard, you're not releasing often enough.
Yes.
So maybe that's now coming in.
Yes, that's exactly it. Yep, that's exactly it.
And especially if you want to add more candies for everyone, you need to accelerate everything, because I think that's the concern. It's great to hear that we have more releases more often, but I think the first concern is a feedback loop.
Yes.
And something we experienced with meetups, where we did a meetup in France, for example, where we said, guys, let's group together and do feature requests together and define that. And we put that on Jira, and we waited a year to have an actual feedback from Liferay. So, before having more releases is how do we solve at Liferay this feedback between communities, community members and customers and partners?
Okay, let me tell you something that happened. Okay, that got me really mad. So we had a sales guy, who showed a feature to a customer. The customer said, we want to buy this right away. But it's missing this tiny change. Okay, great. So the sales guy's like, yeah, of course we can do this tiny change. Okay, sold them the product. They came back to me and said, hey, can we do this tiny change? I'm like, of course we can do this tiny change. Let's do it. Okay. I sent it to the developer to do the tiny change. The developer did the tiny change. He gave back to me. And I was like, dude, thank you for doing it, but you misunderstood the tiny change. It should be like this. Can you go send it back to me? So he went in and then he got confused. He brought in someone else to help us figure out the confusion. And then right around there, I got the reply, we're going to do it in the future. But it's one of those answers when somebody says we're going to do it in the future, which means you have no idea whether it's really going to happen in the future or if it's just like an excuse. So I got mad and I grabbed the product manager, the engineer, and the sales guy, made them communicate, and I gave them a 3-week deadline with a deadline per week of how to get this tiny change in, and it's coming into the product. We also had a scenario, which is even worse than what you just mentioned, okay, about the French meetup thing, where we had community members and customers saying, we want forms to be able to upload binary files for unauthenticated users. And there was like 50 back and forths over 2 years over this one little feature. And we had different people community members, clients hacking it in different ways, all because internally our engineering team, our GS team, and our product management teams couldn't find a way to get aligned. That's all changing now. Everyone's going to work together and get stuff done. One thing I've been sad about this past year that I haven't been able to execute on well is improving the feedback loop via ask.liferay.com. So ask is there now, and people are able to post questions quickly, but I didn't anticipate that the retrieval of the information would be so difficult. But next year, we're going to carve out some more energy to fix ask so that the community can do that. For a lot of our customers, we're going to install Slack and have direct communication with them so that the feedback loop is really, really short and things get done. I don't want Jira to become a black hole of nothingness, you know?
Sure. Yeah.
Let me have one correction. It's liferay.dev/ask. Ask.liferay.com does not resolve.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, no problem. It's fixed. So
Yes.
and it's probably known. Okay.
I guess we have a couple more questions. I don't know if we addressed them just to make sure, before the upgrade process, we had like, why did you take so long to kill Service Builder? I guess that Service Builder is not dead yet. But
No,
what I understand
absolutely
is, we came from Service Builder and a lot of boilerplate code to write that is partially solved by some, community, how would I say that?
generators.
Yeah,
right?
generators like Damascus from Yasu internally, and we've seen Liferay code generator from Aristide earlier, and it's a big leap. Like we had a lot of boilerplate code, and now, we see that awesome odd deployment of Liferay objects. And I guess that may be the concern behind that question.
Yeah, I think to me, at the end of the day is, I want to be able to get stuff to customers as quickly as possible. I'm not married to Service Builder, right? I want to make sure, now everything we have, the foundation is Service Builder. But the reality is, if you just need a quick table with 10 columns, we can do this now in Liferay. Now, you might also ask, well, why didn't I just use Firebase before, right? Why would I actually want to keep this data inside Liferay? Here's the beauty of it. If you write this object inside Liferay, you get your REST tier out of the box. You get your GraphQL all joined together. Okay. The other thing you get is, if you look at the relationships tab inside objects, you can relate those entities. That is going to be super powerful, especially as we relate them to commerce orders and other business entities that we have, which you're not going to be able to do if you just use a MongoDB or Firebase.
Yeah, sure. I think the concern with that would be, because I discussed with Fabian, who worked in banks, and the concern is where the Liferay tables are stored. And often, Liferay is like a big front portal for banks, but the actual data for customers is secured in another network. And if you want, like for real life, building sensitive objects in Liferay, somehow I think they would like to proxy that to another, area.
Yeah.
Please, guys.
We see that use case.
If that's wrong.
Yeah. Yep, we see this use case as well. And in a lot of those cases, they can just build a REST endpoint, in which case the React app can just call it directly.
Yeah. Another question from, I guess it's Rafa. Yeah, right. Rafa. How can we solve different views on the same feature request, more configuration, or to what extent, where's the limit actually? Because you told about, the different views from engineering, from the customer, from maybe partners on something. And how can we, because we can, have a discussion for a specific customer and a partner, and then we have kind of the same feature request, but with little differences. And I guess this is, how can we address that, and what the limits of, having too many candies of almost the same flavor.
Yeah. We have to be careful, because if we have too many of the same things, then you can't do them all well, right? But ignore them all is not the right solution either. So I just want us to move more towards it. And when it becomes a problem that we have too many candies of the same flavor, then we just didn't implement it well. And we're going to tell people, you know what? We're only going to offer 65% cocoa and 75% cocoa. 70% cocoa, you're out of luck, and that's okay. I don't think that is that bad, But to not offer chocolate and only offer vanilla and not offer caramel, that's not acceptable.
Yeah. But I guess, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we see that, customization in Liferay is moving out of Liferay, but customization is still here. So if somehow you need to address very specific needs, I guess customization is always possible.
Yes, customization is always possible, but before you do it, this is my promise to anyone who needs to customize Liferay. Seriously, it's a promise, okay? You have two options. You customize Liferay. If you do that, you get your use case right away, but it makes upgrading harder. My promise is this. Tell me your customization. Show me how you customize Liferay, okay? After you do that, I guarantee you in 2 weeks, the next release will have the customization part of the product. It may not be identical to what you did, but the use case will be there for anything. Now, please don't say my customization is a new commerce platform, right? That's not a customization. That's an entire product. But I'll tell you, like one of the clients I was looking at is they had a customization so that when you click the tab, it would open in a new window, new tab instead of the same tab. For crying out loud, that needs to be an option, right? Tell us those things. We want that feedback. We want to serve you. And if you give us that, it's better for you. It makes your upgrades easier.
Now, the big question is, how long do you plan to stay here, and in which part, in which Jitsi? Is that in the pub on the dining table? Because you've just asked people to tell you their requirements.
Yes, and when I say me, I don't mean me literally. I mean we all, like 1,200 of us, So as an organization, we'll fulfill that. And I make it as a promise. I will push the organization to make this a reality, to serve our community and our customers. Okay.
Yeah, and I would say this is a good first part, but we'll need more movement for that, and we'll need more conversations for that. You'll find lots of people running around outside. I'm running around outside from time to time, and there's always somebody there. Well, do that. Talk to each other. We're coming close to the scheduled time, I guess.
I think we skipped the break.
We just skipped the break, yes. We're coming close to the end of the break. but there's no point in stopping these questions coming in. I've seen one more. There was a comment. Did we cover that? Hold on, where is it?
There's two. It gets better, but 7.3 to 7.4 seems a big leap once again, especially for custom code.
No. That's not true.
That depends on the custom code, I would say.
Yeah, 7.3 and 7.4 is very similar. It's not like 6.2 to 7.0 where we rewrote the stuff. All we did was we added a bunch of functionality. If you don't use any of the functionality, 7.4 is just a better version of 7.3. Does that make sense? A more robust, more features, more minor tweaks. But if you use objects, then it is a big leap for you. But here's my belief. The minute you go to 7.4 and you have the option to write a service builder and you have option to click, you're going to go,
Yeah, I guess the problem is always to time when, you need to do that. When should I drop my custom code and get to Liferay Objects and test it to its limits and see if it fits, the scenarios, the specification of the infrastructure and the customer? Because I believe from what I heard from those guys, it's still a challenge to move from widget pages to content pages. Maybe more on that because you involve business users and there's change management to operate on that.
Now the other thing is, if you want to use it, but you never want a business user to be able to touch it, you just remove the permissions, right?
Yeah.
No business user should ever go in and start like adding. Well, depends, right? Depends on the organization and how well trained they are, right? I wouldn't ask my mom to ever go in and click those things.
For life,
it'd be very No, I would not give her admin access on liferay.com for any reason. I don't know what would happen.
And
I love my mom. So
I would be shocked if you still have admin access on liferay.com.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust myself with access on liferay.com.
Hold on. Yeah, Fernando had an additional comment for upgrades. He says, my point was I prefer to redo a part of the website instead of delving into code or data problems. Priority is to get a new site running. And as you're just listening to it, I would like to just answer to it because his original question was, why does the process give up so quickly? But the problem is when you are on a way from 7.1 to 7.4 and then one component doesn't really upgrade, finding everything that works or doesn't work way later, like 3 versions later, will be even harder. So it's better to just say, well, from here on, we cannot get further. We'll need to fix that first, and then we can go further. So while we're in that hard to fix area, then yes, I would say failing fast is uncomfortable, but the best you can do for the data.
Yeah, otherwise it just fails, right? I'd rather fail fast so you don't go up than fail and then lose the data.
Yeah, and make it worse. But on the other side, you also said just do this never on your production site, but on a backup. To which I always add, like, this is your chance to prove that you have a backup, because you use the backup, restore it to a new system, you upgrade that. 2 things. Number 1, you don't destroy your production system with the update, and you have proven that you have a backup because you can restore something to a new system. So those are the 2 aspects that you really want to have.
Just quick story, Olaf. I think this is the first thing that marked my head when you delivered in France. What was that? Partner bootcamp, something like that, before I joined Liferay, and you said you don't call a backup before you tested the restore of the backup.
Yes, you are allowed to call a backup if you have recently demonstrated that you can use it to restore whatever you want to restore to a completely untouched system. Otherwise, it's a random collection of data that you hope to make use of one day.
Yeah.
So, that was my statement for backups. Brian, can we send you to the pub You know, all of the food here is included. You will find it in the fridge. And if there is anything else for discussion, or you looked at the clock, is there still some time, or can you come back and sit at the dining table for a bit?
I have to pick up my kids from school.
That is a good argument. Which pavilion is the school? No, okay.
No, these are not virtual kids with avatars. They're real ones that eat and poop. You know, I have to wipe poop every multiple times a day from one of them. So
okay. See, I just gave my poop machine away. That's only a dog.
Yes.
For the day.
But I have to say though, Olaf, I really miss having drinks and hugs with human beings in person. As much as I like the virtual, it's just not the same.
Who doesn't? Yeah.
Yeah, I miss you guys. I look forward to the day when I get to actually touch you guys, okay, and give you guys hugs.
Okay. Thank you so much for all of the answers. And everybody from Liferay now knows your task is to make sure to listen to everything and forward and push for these customization requests to make them easy and to make them easy quickly.
Yep.
Good.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Talk to you guys later. Bye-bye.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye. And this is the first time somebody just disappears and doesn't even walk from stage. Because
poof, magic.
Oh, there he is back.
No, he's doing the band thing because I still see the avatar.
Yeah, now the avatar is back. He seems to have been on the tablet and used the app, the Jitsi app. That's why the avatar disappeared, because the app was gone. Now, maybe we'll have another corpse on stage like we had Ben yesterday. We'll have Brian today. We'll see if it disappears. I've seen that happening, but I've also seen that disappear within 5 minutes. Okay, Anne is here, and
I'm back.
Louis is here, and Fabian just walks through the audience.
Yeah, if you can come on stage, that would maybe happen in 20 seconds or no, earlier.
There he is.
There he is.
Come on up.
Hello.
Welcome back, Fabian.
Thank you. How are you? Oh, the light is a bit strong. We fix that. It's dark in here already.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Olaf was.
See, and Brian is gone. So this time it didn't take hours like yesterday.
All right. So pleased to see you again. Yesterday made a quick presentation about integration of Liferay with third-party APIs in order to have programmatic collection providers. And well, today I want to talk about another topic. It's about how to deal with Liferay being the client towards a third-party web service provider. So it's a bit linked. As we will see, this can bring quite a lot of problems, and well, this is going to be today's topic. Are we all set? What happened with Guillaume? Yep. Oh, I think so. So, okay. So let's go. Okay. I was wondering, do you see me my screen full screen?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Great.
Yes.
Okay. So backend multi-threading, client-server integration. This is a bit old school architecture, I would say, because nowadays in most recent project, you prefer to have the client-server integration with some backend service. For example, you build a bank application or you build any kind of business application. If you have the CRM or the business services hosted somewhere, you prefer to do front-end integration using API calls inside of React or VueJS applications, and you're happy. And so the reason why it's a good thing is you avoid having Tomcat being the client. And having Tomcat being the client is often a problem that you will not see during development, but that you may see in production when you start having quite a lot of traffic. So we'll see why. And so, well, this is not the preferred architecture pattern you have today, but we all know we have a lot of legacy applications out there, and application server to web service integration has been a thing for a long time. So your Tomcat application server has a thread of pool. No, a pool of threads, sorry. Has a pool of threads which you can configure. So the default setting you have is 200 threads available to do work on the server. You may do different tasks using those threads. You may handle servlet requests, but you also have to do quite a lot of backstage stuff, like I don't know, watching the deploy directory, managing the database connection pool, running background tasks. So if you ever make a thread dump, and we'll make one during the presentation, you will see that your Liferay server is busy doing quite a lot of things. So as a consequence of that, the number of concurrent requests your application server is able to handle is limited by the size of the thread pool and at the velocity of handling the tasks. Sorry, the phone is ringing. I will shut it down. I'm back, sorry. Oh, so now one big problem, blocking IOs. If in your project you're integrating some backend web services, could be SOAP if it's a big an old project, or it could be REST web services for more recent projects, then you may encounter this kind of issues. Your HTTP clients, in most of the code samples you will encounter, are synchronous. So what it means is your Tomcat server is receiving a request, and in order to process this request, you're going to make some call to a backend web service. So this call will be made inside of the with the same thread which has handled the incoming HTTP request on the Tomcat server. So as a consequence, if the web service you're calling is taking time to answer, your thread, the thread which has been assigned for your inbound request on Tomcat, will be busy waiting for the answer, and will only be released once your outbound call will come to a conclusion. So if you have built a portlet which is making a web service call to some backend service, and this backend service is slow, and you have quite a lot of concurrent requests happening at the same time, you may end up in a situation where there are no more threads available in the thread pool to handle this request. So if you have Apache in front of your Tomcats, then it will start to queue the requests, and your users, they will have the impression that your Liferay portal is not answering anymore. So here, one thing you have to be careful about is you have to put timeouts and reasonable timeouts. Putting, for example, a timeout of 1 minute on a web service call could be dramatic. So you can distinguish two kinds of timeouts. You have connection timeouts. So it's how long you allow your client to wait for your server to establish a connection with you. And then you have read timeouts. It's how long you accept to wait before the server writes some output to you. So here you have to examine with what kind of service you're dealing. There are some services that are supposed to answer fast. So here you will put short timeouts. But sometimes you have services like a service which generates a big PDF with a lot of input. It has to do some calculation, etc. And everybody agrees that this call may take 20 seconds, for example. Can happen. Happens a lot in real projects. So here, be careful about this. Have proper timeout configuration. One thing to know is that typically when you have a slow application, clients in the browser are likely to stop waiting. So if the client aborts the request, the application server will actually detect it only once it starts writing to the HTTP servlet response. And this would throw an exception and terminate the thread. So this is stuff you may have seen in your logs, and it may make sense to you with that knowledge. So one thing we often have to deal with is slow backend services. So let's imagine we are a loan broker. So we have a client who wants us to list some loan propositions, and we're going to ask several different banks. So we're going to ask Bank A, Bank B, Bank C, Bank D. In a synchronous scenario, making all the requests one after another, after the other, then you will have the request to Bank A. You will wait for its answers, and you will send the request to Bank B, etc. So in a synchronous configuration, this is what you're going to do. You may win some time if you could run them in parallel. So what I want to show you is that with Portlet 3.0, you have a proper context to make to implement some multi-threading. This capability that helps you do this is called the Portlet Async context. It has been added with Portlet 3.0, and it's somehow inherited from the asynchronous context from Servlet 3.0. So in order to make some benefit of this new async context that you can use, you will need to identify some HTTP clients which are actually able to benefit from it. So what I've done some research, and regarding REST clients, currently my choice is to rely on Retrofit and OK HTTP. So basically, OK HTTP is the HTTP client, and Retrofit is something on top of it you can use. that helps you generate code from OpenAPI or Swagger definition files. So this is something which helps you generate a lot of boilerplate code. So why this library? It has a low dependency footprint and it integrates well with OSGI. You do not have too much trouble including the jars which are necessary to run this kind of HTTP client. So here's the important thing: it supports asynchronous calls, and it's able to manage a connection pool to make the calls to the backend services when HTTP2 is not available. HTTP2 allows you to keep a connection open and have several request streams on the same connection. Then in the SOAP world, I also discovered that the good old CXF is actually able to support asynchronous calls as well. So you can. It's based on the JXWS specification. It's pretty standard, works with Liferay, and supports code generation as well. So here with CXF, often what you can, the strategy I use most of the time is to rely on the CXF library, which is bundled inside of Liferay, and sometimes you have to add some extensions. For example, for web service calls logging, you may have to add some jar to AGI module and make sure that you keep everything synchronized with the versions that Liferay is bundling. An important concept here is the concept of the completable future. It's a Java class that allows you to somehow delay obtaining a result for something. So the idea here is when making a web service call, instead of waiting for some object class in the result, what I will expect from the service is to return a completable future of that object to me, so that I can consult it when it's ready. So if we look back at my loan broker example just before, you could receive a completable future for every loan quote, and you will have all the 4 requests happen in parallel, and at some point the 4 completable future will end up providing you with the objects you need to finalize your processing. Completable future is very like the concept of JavaScript promise. JavaScript developers, they have to work with just one thread, so this is why they have to rely a lot on promises, and we'll have a look at how you can use them in Java code. And like JavaScript promises, completable futures, they can be chained. One thing, this is very Liferay specific. So what I'm going to show you is how you can delegate some work to other threads. And one thing you have to be careful about is we always have this big issue in Liferay about propagating arguments down the service calls. So sometimes we rely on service context, sometimes we rely on putting information in thread locals. Well, be careful. As soon as you implement this kind of asynchronous delegation in other threads, stuff which has been put by portal imp or whatever in some thread locals, for example, the thread locals that holds the current user, or this kind of stuff, it's not available. So what you have to be careful about is if you have to access to some Liferay portal information, do it before you start delegating stuff to your workers, and pass the arguments you need in those multi-threaded tasks. So this is a thing you have to be careful about. Otherwise, you will have a hard time debugging those issues. One last thing to prepare what we're going to see. Java agents can be useful when you have to diagnose what's happening in your JVM. So I've looked for nice Java agents, and currently my preference goes to a project called Glowroot. It's the poor man's Dynatrace, I would say. It's free, it's lightweight, and it's very easy to configure. All you have to do is to provide the Java agent in the Java options in the set env, and you will have you also have to update the boot delegation properties inside of the portlet. This is I suggest you have a look at Dave's blog, which covers all this stuff. So it's very simple stuff. You have 2 files to update, and as soon as you do that, you have an agent collecting stuff on your JVM and exposing all the information on port 4000. What you will see with most other agents is that they ask you to run a server next to your application, have a database to collect all the information that the agent is able to collect. So it's quite a lot of work. And here with Glowroot, you can get something up and running very quickly. So this is why I like it. Okay, so now all this being said, what I did was to create some sample projects. So the source code is available here. Actually, I'm providing you two samples. There is this first project. This is a sample Spring MVC application. So I use a portlet for MVC Spring project. I'm not sure I've got the words in the correct order, but it's the new version of Spring MVC portlets with Spring 5. So if you're also looking for a sample of Spring MVC 5 portlet, help yourself. So this is the first example. So it's a Spring MVC sample application integrating with a REST web service. So I'm calling the pet API, pet store API that is available on the internet. And the second example I'm providing, it's a MVC portlet integrating with a SOAP service. So because we do not have that much time, I will just show you the first one, but the source code for the second one is available as well. Okay, so first thing is what you need to do on the OK HTTP side in order to make an asynchronous call. So here you have all the preparation in order to have an OK HTTP client. And all this thing has been generated with retrofit. So you have a pet API object. And at some point, you prepare your retrofit call. And you're going to say that you are making an asynchronous call. And in this asynchronous call, you're going to explain what you do with the result. One important thing I do also is I say that my call is cancelable. So why do I need that? If you have a process where you're going to make a lot of calls, and at some point you know that you're going to fail. For example, the client has aborted. Or one of your calls has ended up with an exception you cannot handle, then you can tell all the other clients, so just stop. It's no need waiting for an answer. We can abort the call, there's no need to wait for an answer and have some threads being blocked. Then this is the important thing. This is the way you're going to implement your resource controller. So I talked to you about the asynchronous context just earlier. So this asynchronous context, it's available only on one portlet phase. It's available on the resource phase. So here, what you do when you receive a resource request, the first thing you do is you create a portlet async context from the resource request. And here I'm making those calls to my service, which uses Async HTTP, in order to get a completable future of the list of pets. So I'm making 3 calls. I'm preparing actually 3 calls in parallel. So here they are all prepared. They are ready to be executed. And here I create a runnable object. So it's tasks that I'm going to execute in parallel in another thread. So here I prepare this object. I'm passing the portlet async context, and I'm passing the 3 calls I want to do. And then this is important. I'm going to set a timeout on my portlet async context. So what I consider is if after, I don't know, 1 second, I haven't received all the responses, I just drop everything. I terminate the servlet request, and I ask all the clients I've prepared here to stop if they haven't completed. And then I add a listener on this context, which is going to enforce all the strategy. And then when everything is prepared, I can trigger that portlet async context, and I'm releasing the thread which has been assigned to this resource request. So it is put back to the thread pool. So now managing the response asynchronously. So what you have to do is you're going to wait for the promise to complete and do the stuff. So as soon as on any of the 3 calls you receive some stuff, then you some response, you're going to write stuff to the HTTP response output. And if you fail, then you're going to log an error. And what I also did was on my runnable task, I've provided a terminate method that I can call in order to say, hey, just stop, just cancel all the requests. And on the listener side here, I've got a listener on complete, on error, and on timeout. So the important one is the on timeout. So if I'm reaching that limit that I've determined, then I'm going to ask the task to terminate and do this stuff. So that's it, and I will show you what it looks like. So here, let's visit this page. So on this page, I've put this portlet. It's just displaying the 3 results. So as we will see, they are not printed in the same order every time, because I trigger the request simultaneously, but they write the answer as they receive the response. So first thing I want to show you is if we look at the logs here, I've got them open there. The important thing here is here. Look at that. We have let's put ourselves here. Just after debug here, between the brackets, we have a thread ID. So this is the ID of the thread which has which has been assigned the HTTP request sent by my browser. So I'm handling the pet resource request. Here I'm excuse me. I will send HTTP requests, so I prepare them. and I will receive the responses, as you can see. And I don't receive them necessarily in the same order. And another thing which is important here is this thread has managed the request, but the writing of the response here, it is done by some other threads. So you have different thread pools which are working together in order to manage the request. So at the end of the day, you still need threads to make the HTTP request to the backend service. But instead of having the threads of your main thread pool waiting for answers, you delegate all the job of making calls to a thread pool that is managed by OKHTTP, and which makes the HTTP requests to the pet store API. It's a bit similar to how you manage the connection pool to your database. It's kind of similar. So here, this is what's important to look at. You have several threads which participate in generating the response you see on the screen. Now, in order to have a deeper look at what's happening, here is my friend GlowRoot. So let's go to the home page. I will give you a quick tour. So what's interesting with GlowRoot is you have some interesting insights. You can look at the slow traces. So I've configured them so that even my not that slow traces are going to be visible. So you can look at details of a request. And here we have some interesting insights. We see that the main thread has taken 46 milliseconds to complete. It hasn't been blocked a lot of time. Actually, it's the auxiliary threads, the one from the OKHTTP thread pool, which have been busy doing all the stuff. So we have the idea is we have that thread pool for OKHTTP where all the requests happen, and we can let OKHTTP handle all the queuing, etc. It's optimized for that. We don't have to care about it. And the thread from our main thread pool, they are released quickly. So this way, you will avoid having the issue of all your portal being completely hung because you have threads waiting for answers from backend services. So you're creating some sectors, where everybody's got you're managing some kind of quality of service somehow, thanks to that. So GlowRoot is useful here because it provides you you can see what's happening in the thread. So it has been handling an HTTP request, has been servlet dispatch, has been logging. We have sent 3 HTTP client requests, so we can monitor it here, and then we can see what happens in the auxiliary thread, and you can see details about what's happening with timing. You can see where you have lost time in the completion of the request. So this is one of the useful bits of GlowRoot. What you can do here is you can configure the threshold for slow request, and you can even override settings for specific requests. So you can add specific thresholds for different paths, as you can see. This is really useful. I use it a lot. Other things you have is you can easily generate a thread dump. So a thread dump looks like that. So here you can see you've got all your threads. So this, for example, it is a worker. It's waiting. It's when Tomcat receives an HTTP request, it's going to pick one of those workers. You've got exec1, exec2, etc. So all the ones which are waiting are the ones which are available to do some stuff. But if you're auditing an application and where users report that it is completely hung, you're going to generate thread dumps in order to see if instead of being waiting and available, if your worker threads are not stuck waiting for some I/O. So like I said, you've got worker threads, and you have lots of things belonging to Liferay. For example, here you've got a scheduler for LDAP import. You've got stuff which generates workflow metrics. You have the hot deploy daemon. You've got threads responsible for background tasks, etc. So it's interesting to have a look at all. Here you've got Hickory pools, the connection pool manager. So have a look at all the threads you have on your application server. It's a lot of interesting knowledge, and whenever you end up with a completely hung or crashed portal, try to generate a thread dump. If you do not have an agent, it's very easy. All you have to do is run a simple command. You can do JPS in order to get the PID of your Liferay process, and if you do JStack of that PID, you get the thread dump. So generating a thread dump is very easy. Here, Glowroot is just helping me perform with that. So that's all for me today. You've got some additional content in the blog post that I have referred to in my introduction, and you will find links to the projects I've shown. Thank you for listening.
Thanks a lot, Fabian. We have one question, but it comes from Benjamin. Yeah. So maybe you can take this to the dinner table, because we are, almost late again on the schedule. It's regarding, just to give the question here, if anybody wants to join the dinner table. I see your report, you created a Spring portlet in a WAR, not an OSGI module.
Yeah.
In one of my projects, I had trouble adding retrofit to a standard OSGI module with an MVC portlet. So that's the question. If anyone is interested in that subject, I believe we can find you in the west side on the dinner table in the pub. Okay. And I don't know.
I don't know if it's rural or not, so just go west.
Let's go to the pub at the dinner table and have a chat with
Life
Fabian.
is peaceful there, I think.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, and have a nice Dev 24.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Fabian. Okay, so now it's time. Louis, I know you've been waiting this moment, the time for the Brazilians to come up on stage, because
finally.
Last year during Dev 24, you saw how much Brazilians love to cheer for their peers on the chat. So I hope we can also get some of those reactions in the audience today. So we're now starting a bunch of Brazilian talks from the Brazilian team. And the first one is Gabriel. I don't know if he's already here. Gabriel, if you're here, please come up on stage and we can start. Yesterday, everybody saw a little bit more about objects with the talk. We had talks from Neil Yashinsky about that. And now Gabriel is here to give us a deeper dive on Liferay objects. Gabriel, are you with us?
Join the GTC is on the stage.
Hey, yes, I'm here. Can you hear?
Welcome.
There it is.
Yeah,
Welcome,
thank
Gabriel.
you.
He rented a whole room just to make his appearance. I love it.
Not that much, but that's okay.
No worries. So Gabriel is a backend developer for Objects team and worked on most of the features he will show us today. So he's the one to show exactly what's behind the curtains. Gabriel, thank you so much for your availability, and the stage is yours.
Yeah, thank you. And by the way, I miss you, honey. It's been a while that I don't see you, right? We are co-workers here at Liferay Latam, Recife office, by the way. But it's been a while that I don't see her. Miss you, and I miss you too, Olaf. It's been a while that we don't have in-person events. It's good to meet to talk with Olaf because he always has good feedbacks, good insights to talk about our products, and that's awesome for us developers. So it's good. And nice to meet you, Louis. Right?
Nice to meet you.
Yes, we will have a good time here.
I hope so, and I think so.
Good. And I see some familiar faces here in the audience. Thanks for being here, guys, to support at some point. And okay, the first question is that one more presentation about objects? I know we had some talks yesterday. We had Brian talking about objects too, 2 talks ago, I think. But yeah, the answer is yes and no. Yeah, it is going to be, I'm going to talk about objects again, but I'm not going to talk about the same thing that they talked before. I'm going to touch some implementation details or some those things. Yesterday, we had like amazing talks. I'm going to talk about some highlights here. Neil did an amazing presentation of what we can do with objects. He even compared objects with forms, with service builder. And I know that is a natural comparison because, you know, we are dealing with data, with content. So it is natural, and it is really, really good that he could make it clear to the audience the difference, what we can do with which one of these products. And that was really good. So thank you, Neil. And yesterday, Wes Campus built a complete Kanban board in a low-code approach using objects and info framework. So believe me, he did in like 20 minutes a complete application. Like it was ready to use. It was like pretty, by the way. And while I was watching it yesterday, I was like, whoa, look what we can do with objects, with info framework in like 20, 30 minutes. So it is amazing. But again, the question is how we did it. How does that work? How could we do this in a short period of time? So I'm here to talk, as I said, about some implementation details. I'm going to point out some things here, not all of them, of course, but I will try here to make things clear that we did it like in an easy way. It was not complex. It did not involve complex implementations. It was simple. But first, I want to talk about life without objects, life before objects. So let me share my screen here with you. Let's try. Just a moment. Here, yes. So let's suppose I want to create a simple application on Portal. So I will take blogs as an example here. So the first thing, I think you all know, but the first thing we should or must do is like going to the service XML to define our entities or our objects or our tables, whatever you want to call it. And here we can define some columns, we can define the finders, and then we can run the service builder. It is a great framework that we can use, but it still involves some code, some definitions that we need to put in this bundle. And after that, let's suppose I want to search for my entries. Every common application needs to search or to find some entries. So to do this, I must implement some classes as well for the search engine, like search registrar, index contributors, queries contributors, and so on. So all those classes need to be implemented and indexed. And let's suppose I want to put some permissions management in this application. So again, I should implement model resource permissions, portlet resource permission. And last, I want to integrate these applications, those entries, with the workflow framework. So again, I need to implement the workflow handler. So those are the basic components or classes or code that we need to implement. And Object is here to help us with that. So let's take a look at the Object GUI here, so we can see what we can do. So access again, see if it is logged in. No. Go. So going here in the Object application, here I have my objects listed. We have those two here. I'm going to talk about them later because they are system objects. I'm not going to focus my presentation on those now. Let's create a simple custom object. It's a new object that we can create through the UI. So, whoops, employee. The plural label is employees, and the object name that is going to be the table name is employee as well. That's how Brian did. That's how Neil did. Wes did. So simple. So that is the service builder part. I don't know if I can say that with these words, but it's kind of that. What we did here, we just created a new object. Let's take a look in the code a little while. So what we did here is like calling, just a moment, loading, yes. We just added an object definition. You just fill in an object definition entity, and then we are saving the object fields, and that's it. So let's take a look in the database. All I did is creating an object definition. So here are my 3 objects that I have here. But the thing is, I do not have yet the object table here because it is not published yet. Okay, so first I'm going to prepare my object, creating some fields for it. So first name, going to be a string, and last name, string as well. So let's publish this object now and see what happens. I can scope this object by company or by site. I'm going to let it by company because Brian did by site. So let's see how by company works here. And here I can choose the panel category key. I'm going to put under users because it is an employee. And and hit publish. So with just this publish button, a lot of things happen here. The first thing is, if we check here the database, again, I can let it here, refresh, I can see that 2 tables were created. And why 2 tables and not just 1? Because here we have the concept of definite object definition, like the final version of it. So if I select here, I can see that I have these 2 fields, first name and last name, those that I've created here. Okay. And in this underscore X table, I just have the primary key here. So let's see what happens if I add like middle name here. Like I am extending this object now because it was already published. So now I have 3 fields. If I come here to the definite object table, we can see that I have just the 2 first object fields that was created in the beginning of it. But if I come here and refresh, I have this extended version of my object. In the GUI or UI, it is transparent for the user. It cannot, he or she cannot see that we have an extension table. That those are the details for us developers. And once it is published, I can access it here in the application menu. So I have these employees portlet or application here. It is auto generated. So here I will have the list of entries. So let's add a new entry now, like Bob, last name Johnson, where? So if I hit save, now I have an auto-generated table as well with all the fields that I have in this object. But if you see here, it is like first name, last name, and then the middle name. So going here, I can create a layout for this object. I'm going to do it like fast here. I have a lot of things to talk, and I don't know if I'll have enough time. So mark it as default. So I'm going to say basic info to all of them, basic info everywhere. So now I can add the fields in my block. So the first name is going to be the first one. Then we have the middle name, and then we have the last name. And hitting save. Now, if I go back to the employees application, and if I add a new one, here we have the basic info block with first name, middle name, and last name, and you can build the layout you want. So let's take a look at the tables again, just to be clear. We have those tables here for the layout construction, like the box, the column, the row. Those are just tiny details that we can talk later if you want. Yeah. So let's see now. If I deploy or publish an object and I don't want to expose it anymore, but I want to keep my data. So how can I do this? We have here a feature to active and inactive object. So if I click this toggle here, it goes to the inactive status, and then saving it. This object will disappear from the application menu, from the info framework parts, and so on. It is just a logical delete, but it's not a delete. It's just we are just hiding in the view and not allowing to use this object anymore, like for saving tables or saving entries, sorry, and those things here. Okay, so let me active again. Okay, here we have other tabs like relationships. We can relate the custom objects, and in the future with the system objects in the next GA, I think. Let's see. We have the actions tab too. We can create actions, but if I have some time to talk yet, we can talk about it. But talking about system objects right now, first, what are system objects? System objects are objects that already exist in the portal, like user. This is the user table. This is the user entity, actually. And we are bringing those information to the objects, so that way we can relate. Let's suppose I want to create a ticket management. So I will create here a ticket custom object, and this ticket will belong to a certain user. So I will be able to, inside this ticket custom object, I will be able to create a relationship with the user system object. And when I click in this field there, it will list all the existing users that I have in my database automatically. So it will be good, and it is close to be ready for the next release as well, next GA, I think. And that's what we can do. And I want to show the code of this system object here, how they are built. So here I have, I think, let me just zoom this in. Here I have the user system object definition metadata. So in the get table method, I have the user table instance. And for the primary key column, I have the user table instance user ID. This is the primary key. And I also can define a REST context path. That's the headless path for the user management. So from this, I will be able to list in the object screens the existing users that I have. And here I can define the fields that I will bring from this user. So here I have email address, first name, middle name, and UID. Okay, it's very simple. It's just extending this base system object definition metadata and telling that, okay, this is the table that I want to expose in the object framework. So we are preparing our product to expose even more system objects. Our product manager, Luis Jardim, is already in touch with several teams to understand which system objects we need to have out of the box in our object product. And I think I still have 1 minute. So I'm going to talk about a little bit about the relationship things. Oh, I forgot to show you something here where the magic happens. Let me just a minute. Yes, publish. How a custom object is published, how it works. It creates 2 tables, those 2 tables that I've showed you before, like the default one and the extension table or side table. And here I have the magic in this deploy object definition. If we go here to the deploy method, going to the object services, here is the method that the magic happens. What we do here, we have a list of service registration. So each time I publish an object, I register all of these services. So let's pass through some of them. We have info collection to integrate with the info framework. We have classes related to the search engine, like model, document, keyword, query, pre-filter, all of this. Here I have 3 components related to the relationship. We have one-to-one, one-to-many, and many-to-many. So that's good, actually. Here I have permission management. So we have a default class for these resource permissions. So we are registering here the portlet resource permission. We also have like this great thing, the REST context path resolver. For each published object, we have a REST API for each one of them. So it is amazing. All of this with the CRUD operations. And last, we have the workflow handler. And that's the magic that we have. Every time you publish an object, we have all of these components published for you to use out of the box. And I think that's it. Let me just stop sharing.
Thank you so much, Gabriel.
That was awesome. And that was one of the things I was very curious about, how it is done, because, you know, it looks like magic when you see that the first time and you come from Service Builder and all that boilerplate code you have to write, and then you have this deploying.
Yeah.
For, you know, the people are loving VueJS stuff. It's very interesting to see how you deploy that dynamically.
Exactly.
I have another question, but I posted it in the Slack community channel. So if you can go there and, you know, answer it so we can move on with the schedule.
Yes,
that would be great.
Of course, I will.
Thank you so much, Gabriel. Once again, it was really interesting, and we hope to see you around. If you want to take some, if you want to take some time and go to the other room on the west and sit on the table, maybe some people can come up with questions for you there. So
yeah, good.
I see new ones coming, so you have some stuff on the table.
Okay, and I always see Annie running like from one room to another, like she is already running from one side to another. So I will do that as well.
It's almost in-person event. Thank you so much, Gabriel.
Thank you. Bye.
See you around.
See you.
Well, that was interesting, deep diving, and I'm sure Gabriel is going to be available on the table if you want to go there and have some questions answered. Now we have another Brazilian talk. Again, let me ask for Brazilian people. Yeah, let me ask for Brazilian people in the audience to click on their avatars and show the Brazilian flag, because that's what we do, a lot of noise around events. We have 2 speakers now. It is Keven.
I see
and
them running like hell.
Yeah. Exactly. That's it. That's what we expect from the Brazilians. Yeah. The flags are coming. Keven and Jose Abelenda, please come up on stage. Okay, here it is, Abelenda and Keven. I don't see you, man. I see you around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like in front of me here it is. Okay.
Oh, there it is.
Yes.
Hello, Jose Abelenda. How is everything going? Sorry, we cannot hear you. Yeah.
Maybe check out settings in Jitsi directly.
Yeah. And Keven is here now. It's really low. It's really far away, your voice.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hey, Keven.
Hey.
Abelenda, can you hear us?
Is muted, Abelenda.
Yeah, I believe it's maybe headphones will help on that. Oh, he had one headphones.
The backup.
Yeah, the backup. The cord one always works. One with the cord. So as Abelenda, can you hear us now?
I can hear. And you?
Yeah, we can hear you.
It's just on noise.
I remove my charger.
Okay.
That's okay?
We have some echo.
That's good.
A bit of echo.
Oh my goodness. Let me... Okay?
Okay. Yeah, that's it. That's better.
Yeah.
It's still a little bit, but that's better. So as we are running a little bit late on schedule, I will not take so much time introducing yourselves, but I would like to thank you so much for being here and for representing Team Brazil.
Yeah.
You're going to talk about boosting your application with the Site Initializer. So the stage is yours. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you guys. Hi everyone. Thanks for the invite in the audience. My name is Jose Abelenda. I'm working on solutions team in Brazil, and I'm so excited because I'm completing my first year at Liferay, coming November 16, so almost done. And I'm so glad to be here to share and learn with you what we did on 7.4. So I will talk about Site Initializer, and Keven will talk more about remote apps. So since a few months ago, we are working on Relife. Relife is a showcase for insurance companies. So we have using the last features from 7.4, like Liferay Objects and remote apps. Really, Liferay Objects is very powerful, and remote apps too. So for this, we create a new site initializer to automate the site creation, because before it was necessary for each site to implement its own site initializer. That was implying code duplication and spend more time, much more time, by the way. So we developed a boilerplate to process all resources defined in a folder and creates a new site. And to create a new site using this site initializer, you just need to create a simple module and put all the resources inside this module, inside this folder, and deploy. Just this. So now this version, it works for Relife, is our showcase. But we are working and improving to make more generic and attend more sites. And it works at least with Relife. Using this site initializer, we process documents, vocabulary, asset categories, and layouts, asset lists, a lot of assets in Liferay.
And we defined some patterns to do this and make it more easy to the site creation. So let's walk through the code. I will share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. This class, bundle site initializer, is the boilerplate. All Java logic, all Java code is here. This class is stay in site initializer. There is a module called site initializer, and this extender is the boilerplate. So we implement all the logical inside this class. So this method initialize is the main method to process our resources. For example, to add permissions, we call this method, and we define the permissions in a JSON object. This JSON object is inside. For example, I create this site initializer relife, and there isn't Java code here, just the resources. We define the resources, put in this module, deploy, and we can click and create a new site. So for resource permissions, for example, I will click and open this file, and we define these permissions in an array, just one element, and the site initializer will read this file and create the resource permission. Another step to add the DM structure, yes, we will process all structures that we put inside this folder, the DM structures. So we can define our structures put here, and the site initializer will process this structure, yes, and we create. I will illustrate. I create a real life site, yes, just click here, control panel, sites, click here to create a new site, and there are some site modules, site templates. For Menu demo is Speedwell, it's older site initializer. They implement one site initializer for each one, yes. But for now, real life and masterclass, they are using this site initializer. Just one project using the boilerplate to create our site initializer. So if I click in real life, I type array01, and I can create this. But it's not necessary because I create before the real life site. And I will show the content data, documents and media, all the resources that we put in documents and media here. Documents, we read and save in documents and media, yes. But if we define, let me open documents, we read recursive, and we can define this file to put our metadata JSON, for example, for permissions or everything for configuration. You can put in this file. The site initializer will read and apply for this file, for this resource. Yeah. So let me open again the initializer. So for example, we can import fragment entries, but there is a attention for fragment entries and style book entries, because we define and put them in a different folder, these objects. So in zippable resources, there are fragments and style books. What is happening? When we deploy this module, automatically creates a fragment.zip and stylebooks.zip, and the site initializer will process these resources using an importer to help it and create these assets. Let me, run structure. Okay, initializer. So for fragment entries, you are using the fragment entries fragments importer. The major of the resources, we are using the resources or services when it's possible. But in this case, we are using the fragments imported and the stylebooks imported. Yes, automatically they read the fragments.zip and stylebooks.zip. What else? For object definitions, we could see how create object definitions and object entities across using the GUI, but we just define the inside this file resources site initializer object definitions. For example, for CRUD comparison, we define the JSON file to define the object fields, yes, and the scope I put sites, the plural names, the panel app order, everything that is necessary you can put here. And when we create the site, automatically the CRUD comparison, the object is created. And to populate this object, we define this CRUD comparison, this object-entries JSON. When we read this file and we can populate using this data. It's so important for us because we can create the site programmatically and we can populate the data and use it for our necessities. The rest of the resources we put in the specific folders like layouts, layout set, journal articles, and attention for layouts, page definition. Okay, so we can create these layouts, but for use the specific documents or files, we put this placeholder, and after we create these documents, we will replace it for use the correct URL. Okay. In this case, I would like to use the suitcase SVG, but there is a documents in media. Suitcase SVG is here. Is here, but I don't know. It's not predictable this URL, so we use this placeholder to, after create the document, we replace for the correct URL. For example, when I process the document, documents, okay, here I return a map that is the key and the value. The key I put before, and the value I will use to replace. So, for example, when I process a document in document library, I will save the document file entry ID, the document JSON, in document URL to use after to replace for the correct URL in my layouts or my structures. Okay. What can I show? Okay. For this Liferay object, for example, for SAP, we can populate automatically in control panel. For this service access policy 2, I create a programmatically real life API guest access to relaxing the APIs. So we just define a JSON object like this, remote app entries and SAP entries. Okay, I will define my entry points here. The site initializer will read this file and create programmatically. Attention for the remote app entries. Okay, I will show how it works, but Keven will talk more about the remote apps. This is a simple page using fragments, and when we put my zip code, I choose the product here. I click and get a code. This is a remote app. Is built in React. It's a React app, and we integrate with commerce. Like I can choose my products, and when we fill all these fields and we click in continue, we'll save in real life applications. This is a Liferay object. I created one before. Yes, it's so easy to use. But Keven will talk more about this. I think for style books here, we are importing the style books. We can read this token, and we can set these colors to change all the theme. You are using the dialect theme. It's new for Liferay, but I think that's it. Keven, are you here?
Hey, yes, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Hello, everyone. This is my time here on Dev.24, and I'm glad to this opportunity. I am front-end developer from Solutions team, and along with Abelenda and the rest of the team, we developed the new Site Initializer, and we are using since from beginning remote apps, and this is the second part of this demo to show for everyone how they can set up a remote app and how they can use very simple. Okay, so let me share my screen. Okay, so I think everyone can see my screen.
Yes. I think we can, but if Abelenda, you can stop sharing, I think it would be good for the stream.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. What is remote app? Imagine that you have a React application running, that you already have a React application, and somehow you want to serve the same application built using React or Angular or Vue inside of Liferay, like if using the same experience of create a React application using portlet, JSP, and etc. So this is the one of the purpose of remote apps, and I will just do a quick demo using remote apps and how you can create your own and use it. Okay. We created this script, create remote app, me and Brian, to help everyone to simple create the basic application. So we have an example using React and Vue. Okay, so I will be using React for this demo, and this is just a shell script. It's very simple to use. It's just everything you need to type is, if you're using Linux or Mac, you just need to type the shell, just call the shell and pass second information for this. Okay. After this, a React application will be created. You can, using just create React app for those who are familiar. Okay. So you don't need no extra configuration, no extra manipulation of the application or any kind of dependencies. Okay, so this is very simple. Just so you guys see, I don't have any different dependencies that who are front-end developers must know. Okay, and right here in this index.js, we have the application routing. Okay, it's like the portal to connect the React with the index.html and etc. Okay, so to use a remote app, we need to have a web component. Okay, and to create a web component, you can simply use custom elements.get and just see if this element already exists in the page. If it doesn't, you just can define passing the element name in the web component. Okay, so my web component is just this. I just can create my class and use this connected callback to render my React application inside of this element called Liferay dev.24. Okay. Right here, I have like some entries for my application. I have like 3 entries. It's basically the same from Brian's presentation. We have hello bar, hello foo, and hello world. Okay. All right. So this is the code, and what's the magical with all of this in using remote app? So I have this application running on my port 3000, and it's running right here. Okay, so we like a simple to-do app. We don't have like, I don't have a bigger example for this, but it's very simple. You just need to type the task name and click on add, and here we have like some navigation and etc. So imagine that you want like portable the same application to Liferay. Okay, what you need to do, you can go to the homepage. Let me see if I'm logging in. Okay, so everything you need to do is open the control menu. Right after, click on remote apps, and then you can just fill out this form. Okay, so you put the name. This name is important because this will be the name that you'll look at when you are going to create the page and etc. Okay, it's like the portlet name. We have the type. So for this case, you are using custom element, and this is the important part. Okay, we have this HTML element name, and this is the same name from here. Let me go back. So it is the same name. Okay, we have this Liferay dev.24. So I just need to put here, and right here I just need to type the URL to find the static files to load my project. So if you are using a Create React app, you just need to build a project and get the static files that are generated. Okay, so I have this build folder, I have this Liferay folder, and I have my CSS in my JavaScript. This Liferay, of course, doesn't exist in Create React app build part, but I use a script just to replace the name from the files, because when we build a project, we get this random name like 2864, etc. And the same for me, and it's not predictable. So I just did a script that look for these files and rename to a very simple name. Okay. This is also important because if I change some code in my project, I just need to build, and I don't need to replace my URL here. Okay. So let's advance. For this example, I have my application running yarn start on port 3000. Also, I have my application running. Just look at the static files in my port 5000, and I can use this terminal to build my project. Okay, so it's very simple to do this setup. All right, so after put all the JavaScript URLs and CSS URL, I have one example here to show for you guys, like this. So put the links and put the CSS, and if you want, you can type properties. Okay, so this property is important for this demo because this route property means which React component I want to load in my application. So React developers are familiar with React Router DOM to manage all the routing and aspecting of this, but we can leverage both. We can leverage Liferay routing, and we can have like a page with React application, with fragments, web content, and etc. So for this case, maybe we don't need to have like a React Router DOM for this. So I create this property, and I can read this route property right here on my index.js using this get attribute. Okay, and this route will be passed to my component app, and right here I will So the route is relu bar. I will load this component and so on. Okay, so let's see our application running. So I created an application here named dev.24, and I can click on my application, my site, and I will be redirected to here. And this is already my application running. Okay, so I didn't show the part, but if I click on edit, I can like pick my application. So if I type dev.24 React is here, okay, remote app. So it's very simple. Okay, making a comparison to this application that is serving on port 3000 out of Liferay. I mean, we have like this welcome John Doe. Why this? Because one good advantage of using remote app is that you can get leverage of Liferay in Liferay global variables. So right here, I am expecting to get the Liferay global variable for this. So if I open my code, I have this layout component. And in my layout, I use this function named get Liferay site name and get username. And this is my functions that I can get my data from Liferay. Of course, this will be just working for Liferay. So if you want to use some data or some variable from Liferay, but out of Liferay, of course, you can't. So you need to mock up or do some kind of try catch like this to avoid the runtime errors and etc. Okay, so running out of Liferay will be returning Jendo, but since my remote app is running on Liferay, I can get leverage from this variable in this function, and right here I can see my user that the name is test. Okay, and now I can use my to-do app. So I can put some task here, create React app. I can click on add, and I can create more how many to do I want. Okay, so to use this data is persistent. So if I load my page, it's here. I am using Liferay Objects for this. So Liferay Object, it's amazing. It's very simple to create an API, as Gabriel showed. And I have like a very simple definition for this. Right here, let me see, to do. I just have few fields, just user email, task, and completed. I don't have the complete part, but I can remove and I can add without a problem. Okay. And also I can go to my, let me see, right here in applications, I put my Liferay object data visualization. So I have these to-dos. And this is the data that I created using the remote app for this. So I can put a new one. And if I reload the page, it's using Liferay Object API for this. Okay. About the API in my code, it's also very simple. If I open this Relo code, Relo world, I have my React application, and it's just a common React application. I just use some effects and states to do a fetch get request to get my objects, and I have my get all, my add one, and also my remove. So it's a very simple code. I have this, let me see, base fetch just to get common use, like put a JSON string, find the body, put some headers, and this part is important because when we do a fetch request for Liferay, we need to specify this header, and I can get right here using this function, get Liferay authentication token. That's the same idea using Liferay global variables for this. Okay. So also I have some pages. So I have this hello full, hello bar that I can use. This is also remote apps. So everything I need to do, I had to do for this case. It's just one unique application, but as I said, if I want to specify which component I want to load, everything you need to pass is this attribute called halt. So it's the same of what is happening here. Okay. And just to finish my talk and explain a little about one different advantage of using remote app is that you can also get leverage from stylebooks. For example, I have this page here. So if I click on design, I have one stylebook created. So I can click here. And using stylebook, I can change some aspects of my application. So if I want to change my color, if I want to change spacing, typography, and buttons, etc., I just can go here. I just have one example using stylebook, but I think it's enough to show the use case. So I can simply change my colors the way I want. Okay. So let me get okay, I think this color it's fine. So I can publish my page, and then I can go back to, oops, not this. Okay, so I can go back to my dev.24 application, and it's right here. So you have many possibilities to have like a React application inside of Liferay and use all the features that Liferay has to create an amazing application and very simple. All right. So just to use this variable is also very simple. It's the same way that you use variables in CSS or size. We don't have a big difference here. So I'm using this hello world size, and I have this background color using a variable called gray dark. Okay. If I want to use some different token, or instead of using white that is fixed value, I can use also variables for this, like minus white. So I can use also variables, and I can change everything at once. Okay, so this is a big advantage of using both applications, Remote App React and Stylebook. Okay, and just to finish my talk, for sure, we did the same for Ray Life. So Ray Life is a really big application that we have like a mix of Liferay features. So we have, for example, in this page, we have fragments and web content. For example, this one is a fragment, this one is a fragment, this one is web content. So using this approach, we can create very dynamic websites using Site Initializer, and for the users will be very helpful because of all the tooling that we have. Right here, we have a React application that is we built for real life. So I will be quickly fill this form. Is a little bit big, extends this form, but let me type random data here, just to show some other React applications that we did using remote app. So it's almost finished. Okay. So this is a fragment, but in the next page, we'll load also a newer React application. So also this one is a remote app. So I have right here fragments. I have right here web content, sorry. In the middle, I have a remote app. And also if I click on another page, purchase this policy, I can load a new remote app, okay? So one of big benefit of having a remote app that you can host the JavaScript files in anywhere. So if you want to put the static files in AWS, in GitHub, or any bucket that you have in the cloud, you can. Okay, so I think that's it. If Abelenda has anything else to add in my talk, feel free to say, Abelenda.
Okay, I think that's it. Everything for life was created using the Site Initializer, and we hosted the React application in document library. But as Kevin said, we can put in AWS or another server. And I would like to thank the entire team, the solutions team, for the effort to spend to create this. And I'd like to thank the object team, the rest of the team, for the effort to help us and to make it possible. So I think that's
thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Any question?
Let me check Slack. Doesn't seem like we have much, neither on YouTube. I have something in mind. Is how would you handle permissions, from a remote app that is deployed in Liferay? I saw that you have the auth token. So I assuming that, if the to-do are Liferay objects, it would work seamlessly. But imagine something that is less bound with Liferay ecosystem. What would be the recommended path?
Okay, Liferay, there's many ways to set up permissions. And the way we did is just using the logged user token. So maybe the user needs to take care which user they are logged in to get the real permission for this. I don't know much about the subject, but I think this will be more site administration and concern to handle permissions, and because a remote app application will have like the same privileges and same advantages that you would have using a portlet with JSP and React. So the application administrator should balance this if they want to give those permissions for remote applications.
Okay, Gabriel, do you have something?
If I can, yeah, thank you. If I can add something to this, because since we are using, Kevin used Object REST API, we have all the permission management on top of it, So if the dev or user choose to use object, it will have the permissions management. So if he choose to use another database or another endpoint, so it's up to he to develop their permissions management.
Sure. So that would be somehow an identity manager to handle all of that. And we are back to, I think, the question from Fabian about the auth authorization code flow being supported in those scenario, and how Liferay can handle that seamlessly to all the remote apps.
Yes,
it will be a problem, an integration concern, I would say.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly. For this example, I did using logged user for this. I was trying to get the access for Guest, but I hadn't enough time to do. But yes, I think it's working. The part of Gabriel said about permission.
Okay. Thanks a lot, guys, for your inputs and all these answers, including, the question I posed, Gabriel, since you're here. I saw your answer on Slack, and I'm looking forward to discuss that with you internally and
please.
That.
Good. And let me just point something here. The object development we were developing by the same time that solutions team, that's how we call it here, was using it. So it was really powerful for us, because every time we like add something new, some new features, they were like testing it, and hey, this is not that cool, this is not can you improve this? And we were like continuously improving it. So that was amazing. Thank you guys for this.
You're saying everything is good right now, but it was hell before.
Yes, for them.
It's like fix a plane in the flight.
Yes, that's it.
But that's a good warm-up for the next, short releases that Branch announced earlier. So let's see how it goes for the future. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you so much again, Gabriel, Keven, Jose,
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. So before we go to our next presentation, we're going to have a presentation now and a break after that. So stick around to have some fun with us, to play some games on the pub right next to us. But before all of that, I would like to first of all thank so much Louis Guillaume. He's leaving us now, and just wanted to thank him again for everything he's done for Dev.24 to happen this year. He really made everything, not everything, but because there is a huge team behind, but almost everything, live coding, creating Ray avatars, and presenting and moderating and interacting with everyone. So it is, thank you so much. It was a pleasure working with you, my friend.
Thanks a lot. That's
absolutely. Thanks
on
my end as well.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. And I'll keep my avatar here until the end, even if I'm not there, because I know what.
Stand a bit to the side so that you don't block any view, please.
Okay. I'll be there. Is that correct? Is that good?
That's good.
Perfect.
Yep.
Or more. Okay. Thanks a lot, guys. Good everything to everyone else. And I hope you had a great event. Can't wait to the next one. And let's keep in touch. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Round of applause, everybody. If you're on the audience, please help me with the applause emoji for Louis Guillaume. Thank you so much. So now we're going to have Alexey. Alexey, are you there? He's not here yet.
He's center of the room. So he looks like he's ready to just walk.
Yeah, he's
and that's what he should
himself. Do. Yeah. Alexey, just come up on stage so we can hear more from you. Alexey is going to talk about how to make it possible to run BPMN process in Liferay.
Well, it seems he doesn't hear us yet, but we will find out. Alexey, come up, please.
There's a small delay, so maybe that's why he haven't heard yet. But maybe
or it's well, I hope it's not the one aspect that I will be. That's the wrong direction.
Oh yeah, he just refreshed. Olaf, you are on stage and on the audience at the same time? How's that possible?
Kind of. I want to guide him to stage.
You have clones roaming around. There it is. He's coming.
Yeah. Almost.
There it is. Alexey.
There he is. Great.
Yeah. Hello, do you hear me?
Hello. We also have Jonas joining us right now. Hello, Jonas.
Not to steal anything from Alexey, just.
Yeah. Hello. Do just to check? Do you hear me? Is everything okay? Hello.
Yes. So we can hear you. It's a little bit distorted, but.
Strange. Okay. It looks like probably a problem of connection. Can I start?
Yeah,
almost.
Sure.
We gotta first make a proper introduction. I don't know how long I know you from various DEF CONs to which you always have come like from far, far away. And I do have to look for the T-shirt that you sent me as a reminder. I do still have it, but I missed doing so before this presentation. So I almost wore it if I just had looked for it in time. So with that, Anne already gave away the title. From time to time, I get asked about, like, how about BPMN? And how about anything else but Calio? And like, how is that all related to each other? So I'm happy to say that you are providing it here, that information here that is from a long time experience. And yeah, I would say give it away as the long-time unofficial vodka sponsor of DEF CON, because you might have heard of his accent. That accent is basically where he gets all of his resources from, and he doesn't hesitate to bring them to DEF CON. So with that, BPMN, I'm looking forward to it. Alexey, give it away.
Yeah, thank you very much, Olaf. I hope we will have soon in our offline DEF CON, and we will able to continue our sponsorship, unofficial sponsorship for offline Liferay DEF CONs. So let me share my screen. Tell me when you will see it.
Now.
Do you see my screen?
Well visible.
Do you see presentation? Yeah. Looks like yes.
So yes.
Yeah. So tell me if something will correct. So I'm let's to speak about implementing BPMN processes inside Liferay. A few words about me. I'm Alexey Kakunin. I'm living in St. Petersburg, which is a town city in Russia. I'm a software developer since 1995. I am founder of a dev company. I'm working with Liferay, I don't know, I think like whole of my life, more than 10 years. Definitely, I remember what first version of Liferay I started to do some real job was 5.1, and we are Liferay partners since 2011. So, workflow. Liferay, one of great things in Liferay, what Liferay supports workflows out of the box. Usually, workflows used for approved content publishing. When you like to do some checks, some approvals before blog will be posted on site, or some document will be published, or news item will be published on the site, you can use Liferay workflows. Different workflows may be assigned for different assets. So you can assign one approval workflow, for example, to approve documents, and another workflow to approve news item. Also, you can configure individual settings, individual workflows for each site. So different sites in Liferay can use different workflows for approval process. Another great thing, workflow may be used for user registration. So before user will be really receive access on after registration for the portal, you can run some business process, some workflow to accept him. And also, individual workflow settings may be assigned for document, folder, and forms. So you can specify for different folders use different workflows for different document types, and feature we are using most of all, workflows may be assigned to the form. So you can publish some form on your site, and when somebody fills the form, you can start business process to process this flow. And last thing, I just clarified with Gabriel, new feature Liferay Objects can be connected to workflow. So everything is great. Workflow everywhere in Liferay. Actually, how it is implemented in Liferay. So on top of you have different portlets or different OSGI services or different models inside your Liferay. And when these models need to use some workflow functionality, we access workflow Liferay Workflow API. All calls to Liferay Workflow API translated to calls messages to Liferay message bus, and these messages forwarded to Workflow API implementation. And by default, this is Kaleo. So when you need if you like to check workflow API and what it's what functionality it's provided, you can go to GitHub, Liferay is open source, and you can check. Actually, there are different classes. Most interesting classes are manager, like workflow engine manager, workflow definition manager, workflow instance manager, workflow task manager. So if you need, for example, if you need to get all tasks currently assigned to some specific user, you should inject into your service or into your code. You should inject workflow task manager and just call it. There are some kind of methods to get all tasks assigned to user, or all tasks in the system, or all workflow instances in the system, and so on and so on. So you can use all these managers to get information from workflow subsystem. Another important class what you can find in this package is base workflow handler. Actually, it's a base class for all workflow handlers, which allow to use workflows for your own assets. For example, you implemented your own asset, and you like this asset to be able also connected to workflow. So when your custom asset will be created, some workflow should start. To implement this, you don't need to write a lot of code. For example, here is a part of code for blocks entry workflow handler, and it's just like 50 lines of code or something like this. You should just inherit from this base workflow handler and just implement few methods, and that's it. Your asset is connected to workflow. It's a really great thing. Liferay has a lot of things already implemented, and when you do some your custom logic, you can do great things just with few lines of code. So Kaleo, by default, Liferay has own workflow engine. It's called Kaleo. If you like to look into this code, it's also possible to find in Liferay source code, apps workflow, portal workflow. And Kaleo is included in Liferay by default, and this is this engine used by default. Actually, Kaleo is a great thing because it's built on top of Liferay technology, and it's out of the box use all functionality what provided by Liferay as a framework. So it's like native application for Liferay, and this is a great thing. Also, Kaleo has visual editor, which allows you to build workflows in graphical editor, but it's only in DXP version. In community edition, you should write your workflows just in XML files. Also, in our great thing, Kaleo has metrics portlet, which allow you to see different metrics, how many tasks you have in different stages. Oops, sorry, it will be a little later. So how many tasks you have in different stages, or which tasks implemented in time or not in time, and so on and so on. But also this feature is available only for the XP. And what is a bad thing for us, I mean for our company, from our perspective, Kaleo has only basic workflow capabilities. So if you like to use Liferay and workflow subsystem only for approval assets and for simple 1, 2, probably 3 steps of approval, it's okay, it's enough, and it works well. But if you like to build really complex business processes, it's definitely not enough, because it's quite basic. So just few screens, like you can use the screen of workflow visual editor to build your workflows. Also metrics portlet, what you can use to check status, how it's implemented, and so on and so on, how it works in your system. So back into Kaleo. Kaleo has only basic workflow capabilities, but Liferay is open source. It's one good thing. Another good thing, Liferay is Java-based, and Java has a lot of tools, a lot of projects, a lot of frameworks already implemented. Liferay is OSGI-based, and as a result of this, Liferay is modular, and as a result, you can replace in everything in Liferay, everything you like. What we did with Liferay, we replaced Kaleo with another workflow engine to get a real business process functionality inside Liferay. For implementation, we chose Flowable workflow engine. This is open source workflow engine. You can find it. I put link for Flowable. It's a fork from Activity project, and probably somebody of you knows Camunda. So Flowable and Camunda, both of forks from Activity engine. And Flowable, why Flowable is good? Flowable is open source, as Liferay. Flowable is Java-based, as Liferay. Flowable can be run as a service, so you can just run it as a standalone application, as a service, and use it REST API, or Flowable may be embedded into your application, because you can get all functionality of Flowable BPMN as a set of jar libraries. Flowable is OSGI compatible, so you can include Flowable libraries as deploy them as OSGI modules into your OSGI container. Flowable fully support BPMN notation. So if you are working with business processes, you definitely know what BPMN is just like a standard for defining business processes, and we will look later how it's possible to do. And additionally to BPMN, Flowable supports CMMN notation. It's for case management, and DMN for decision management table. So you can call from your business processes, for example, case management, or call decision management table to make some decisions. Since Flowable is OSGI compatible, you can easily include into your project, Liferay-based project, just by using dependencies. So in dependency, I just get a part of our project, and we are including all Flowable artifacts into our project and deploy them into Liferay, and it started to live here. No any tricks required. It's really great and easy. So in our case, how it looks like, how workflows works in our case. Everything same on top. Portlets, OSGI services, different models using Liferay workflow API. Workflow API send a message to Liferay service bus. Liferay service bus, but under Liferay service bus, we blacklisted Kaleo implementation and placed our implementation under it. So all messages from Liferay service bus transferred to our wrapper, which wraps all calls from Liferay workflow IP to Flowable workflow engine. And we are just replacing Kaleo with our own implementation based on Flowable. And by this result, everything looks same from perspective of all our objects, all our functionality in Liferay, but implemented within our workflow engine. So to implement wrapper, we implemented set of classes. All these managers we saw in few slides before. We implemented own implementation classes like workflow engine manager implementation, workflow definition manager implementation, workflow instance manager implementation, and task manager implementation. And in these classes, we just implemented code to transfer all these calls forward to Flowable API. And additionally, we implemented some additional functionality like online BPMN editor, which allows you to edit BPMN processes inside Liferay. We improved submission portlet and improved tasks portlet, and we also added document generator, what may be also very useful in implementing business processes. So let's see a little bit in action how it works in Liferay 7.4. Let me switch to my Liferay. Where it is? Yeah, this is one. Okay, is it, just let me check. Is it, yeah. No, it looks like wait a second. So now my browser is shown. Everything should be okay. So this is Liferay 7.4.2, latest GI release available for now. Let's first sign as administrator and see a little bit part from administrator side. Oh, why what happens? Okay, I'm logged in as administrator, and first thing I like to show you is BPMN process editor. We can easily create new business processes with using Visual Editor. So let me show you how it differs from Kaleo editor. Save. Online editor started, and we can use standard BPMN items to define your business process. So usually process started from start event, when we can define some user task. For example, let's speak about simple approve process. It's about same simple approve process which included by default in the Liferay when you start it. Have user task review asset. After review asset, we have we should make a decision should be approved or not. We have some additional. Let's move. Approve asset script. So in one business process, we can combine user task and different script tasks or service tasks. So we can approve asset or we can reject asset. Let's connect them. And as a result, process will be finished by. So my status approved or asset rejected. And we have connection with Liferay role system. So when we define user task, we can say who will be responsible for implementation. Okay. candidate roles. So that's it. We just defined new business process which will allow you to review asset and make decision. Accept or reject. That's it. Process is ready. We can easily deploy it, and it may be used for approvals. Let's say save and close it. This is very simple example, and it probably will not make the idea why BPMN is better than Kaleo. Let me show you just a few more examples. For example, we used this engine to implement credit card approval for the bank. So let me edit. Show a little bit more complex processes like this one. Yeah, so this example of process which contains different steps. So we can define swim lanes to show who is responsible for different steps. And we can define, like for credit card approval, we should enter information about credit card, when we should go to security department for some security checks. After it, we should go to underwriting to do underwriting and make a decision, go to approval and sign credit contract, and so on and so on and so on. And we may have signals, we may have some automatic tasks, and all these big squares is sub-processes. So we can, if we go down, we see what our process has sub-processes, like underwriting, may be defined as a set of steps, and so on and so on. So with using BPMN, you can manage actually everything, any process, you can implement any business process, I can say, without any limitations. So it's really powerful tool. Let's to see in action. Let's see in action. One form. I will not go for credit card approval. Let's see a little bit more simple process, business trip approval. How it looks like. For example, we have a form. We will see it a little bit later. We have a form to fill business trip request by employee, and when it should be processed, it should be approved inside the company. So after employee fills the form to approve business trip, we first check, do this employee has manager, for example, by using additional attributes in the user table, in user object. If this employee has manager, we assign task to manager. Manager should approve travel request, and manager has two actions. He can approve or he can reject. If it's approved by manager, it goes to HR department. HR, for example, HR or travel agency should book tickets and hotel. After it goes back to user, and user should check is everything correctly booked for him. By the way, we generate some documents, for example, travel order or something like this, and so on and so on and so on. This business process is implemented and it's deployed. So we can go into our site, and inside we can define form, business trip request. It's just standard Liferay forms with some fields. And what is important, as I said, these workflows fully implement Liferay workflow IP. So even though this is BPMN business process, it may be used in standard Liferay functionality. So we can assign this BPMN process for form workflow, which will be used after form is filled. Okay, and we placed this form to page travel request. Let's see how it will be worked quickly. Let's login by user. Go to travel request and okay, I hope to travel. Let's say it will be Budapest. It's the last European city I was able to visit before lockdown. Let's visit it on the next week. Reason demo BPMN process. Let's go forward. I'm filling some data with just standard Liferay forms functionality, so I don't stop on this too much. Okay, and I place submit for publication. And when I press submit for publication, BPMN process started and tasks started to be assigned for different to different users. Let's go to next user. Let's go to next user. We see notification what task is assigned to next user. Actually, to go into task, it's possible to process these tasks by standard Liferay task portlet, because as I said, it fully support Liferay workflow API. But we extended a little bit this portlet, so when you click on this notification, we go to our custom task portlet. It allows to do a little bit more, so we can see standard all functionality like asset title to which assigned this process, who was after of this asset, and so on and so on. We can see source content, so we can see initial form which was filled by the user, but we can also assign specific form for each step. For example, in step approval by manager, we cannot change city of destination. We made this field read-only, but we can change dates. Like, okay, it's too much to go for a whole week only just for one demo. We can change these dates. And we can attach some files, place some comments, see the history. It's empty for now. We can see business process where we are in the business process right now. And as you remember, we had two exits from task, reject, approve. So same, we have two buttons here, reject and approve. Let's approve. Go forward, and process go forward. Okay, let's complete just two more steps to see a little bit more magic. Let's log in as Maria. Maria is HR manager. So notifications, we see what Maria also has assigned task to her, and we can find these tasks in task manager, but we see assigned to me 0. Same as for Kaleo tasks, it's possible to assign tasks not to specific user, but for specific role. So task assigned to role, and first, before Maria can do anything, she should say assigned to me. Okay, for Maria, we assigned for her task, we assigned in our form here, Maria can see dates, flight numbers, see checklist, what she should book ticket, accommodation, place them in the files tab, upload all scans in the files tab, and after everything is done, Maria has only one option, send forward it back to employee for approval, but everything booked correctly. Check. Done. Okay, and let's go forward, or let's go back. Let's go back to our initial user who initially started the process. My workflow task, and we see now user has assigned the back task to him. It say you should check tickets and accommodation details in attached documents. But look, in files now we have one document, even we do not attach anything. And if we will click, this is PDF file, and this is a PDF file with all information already inserted into it. All city dates, calculated data in trips, and so on and so on and so on. So everything. And we using just Word file as a template with some fields, and these fields automatically completed by data we collected in the process. And okay, and as I said, now we can say booked correctly and incorrectly, and the process will go forward and forward and forward. Actually, this is the major things what I wanted to show. I just want to repeat the great thing in Liferay. Liferay is OSGI, Liferay is modular, and you can replace in Liferay everything. Even like this quite core functionality like workflows. If you don't like Kaleo, standard Kaleo, you can implement your own engine, or you can connect with some engine which already exists in big Java world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Alexey. Let's check with on the chat. No questions so far. Let me just, okay. We had no questions so far. Let me check on the YouTube stream also. Yeah, just people cheering up on the YouTube stream. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Olaf, you're muted. And that's 7 for 2 days of events.
Don't do that to me. No, I just got something to drink, and I thought I have that time to get something soothing my voice a little bit, but that's why I wasn't fully here and ready. And now I'll need to catch up on the questions here on the file. Great, loading history. Apparently my internet connection is still working, otherwise you couldn't hear me, but that this internet connection is working, that on the same computer doesn't seem to. Well, Anne, you already mentioned there's no questions in Slack. That's the stuff that is currently loading. I see there's 9 new messages that I've missed. We gotta see, now they're here. Okay. Yeah, that was even a while ago. It was good that you and Louis did this. Oh, where's Alexey?
And he's gone. Alexey.
But he's still here.
Yeah, maybe it's his connection, maybe, because he didn't leave the stage. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you can leave the Jitsi, but not the stage. But well, we'll deal with that.
We may have a preponderance of corpses on stage.
Louis Guillaume is already there.
Is right.
Now he's leaving.
He's moving. Okay.
Alexey, well, then, thank you so much again for your time.
Thank you, Alexey. I am finally caught up with the questions, and indeed there is none. I want to say thank you because I get asked from time to time, so is there another workflow engine with Liferay or for Liferay? Now I have the answer, the definitive answer, and a resource to point them to. And also, there's always people who do other stuff in their workflow engine, like actual business processes and not just content, because that's what Kaleo is good in. That's content, and with other workflow engines, there are so many more tools that you have to do something else but content. So who is here to tell us what to do during the break? And do you want to?
That's me. So we're going to have another break. We're going to be back at 8:10. So this is a half an hour break, 40 minutes break. And we will have a few things during this break. First of all, it's a quick game. Olaf, not this one on the stage. There's another Olaf around, and he's hiding somewhere. And the thing is, we need to find him. The first three people to find him will two people, sorry, will win T-shirts. So Olaf is around, not this one again. Another one is around. So find him on the map. And also, Jonas gave us a great idea. Take a picture, take a screenshot of yourself sitting on a bench, sitting on a different place or somewhere interesting in the map. Take a picture with other people and post it on the Slack channel, event-dev.life on Slack, the same one we're using for Q&As. And we'll vote the best one. The best one will also win a T-shirt. So that's the two quick games we're going to have on this break. And of course, on the room next to us, right next to the pub, there are chess games and pool games you can play. So let's just have some time.
And for the picture, do you want people to put a caption on it?
Yeah, we can have that. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So I'll throw one up as an example. And then, of course, mine will not be valid because I'm, one of the organized people, right? But yeah, so I'll throw up an example, and then everyone just post your own. Have fun with it. Be creative. I think you can get some really nice pictures. Go ahead, change your costume too. Like I took a bunch, and I changed my costume for every single picture. It's like Olaf and his shirt changes last year. So yeah,
that's great.
Have fun with it.
And make sure to rate the best one. So go there in the chat and also give the thumbs up for the ones you think are the best. So that's it. Let's have some fun. The stream here is going to be off, so there's no reason to stay in the auditorium. Let's go around and have some fun. See you in a bit.
I've already seen a couple of people passing by closely. This time it's a little bit harder to find me.
Great. So see you in a bit, you all. Thank you so much.
And no, it's not the character hiding here on stage. Not this one behind the channel here. Oh, and for everyone who is still here, I will restart the stream to be a little bit less. Oh, look at that. Number one has found me. Just needs to identify himself to me. So I will restart the stream.